Dear participants, a very good morning. Very sorry for the time delay. The conference will be starting shortly, requesting you to kindly maintain the decorum because the chief guests might be here at any time. Thank you. Dear students, the chief guest has arrived. We request you to kindly stand as they make their way to the dais. Please stand as they make their way to the dais. Thank you, participants. You can please be seated. Distinguished guests, members of the college management, faculty members, students, and esteemed participants, greetings and a warm embrace to each of you as we convene for a significant intellectual endeavor, Convergence 2024, Harmonizing AI and Humanities for a Sustainable Societal Discourse. As we embark on this journey of exploration and discovery, let us embrace the diversity of perspectives and expertise that each of you bring to the table. Together, let us engage in meaningful dialogue, share insights, and forge connections that will propel us towards a more sustainable and inclusive future. So, without further ado, let us delve into the rich tapestry of ideas and possibilities that Convergence 2024 has to offer. Thank you for joining us on this transformative journey. As an act of paying homage to our Tamil culture and invoking God's blessings for our collective journey throughout this day, I request you all to kindly rise for the Tamil Thai Vaalthu followed by the prayer song.
நீராறும் கடலுடுத்த நிலமடந்த கெழிலொழுகும் சீராரும் வதனமென திகழ்பரத கண்டமதில் தெக்கனமும் அதிசிறந்த திராவிடனல் திருநாடும் தக்க சிறு பெருநுதலும் தரித்தனரும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனெங்கே தமிழனெங்கே உன் சீரிலமை திறம் வியந்து செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்ததுமே வாழ்த்ததுமே வாழ்த்ததுமே.
Please remain standing for the prayer song.
God is good all the time. He put a song of praise in this heart of mine. God is good all the time. Through the darkest time, His light will shine. God is good. God is good all the time.
be seated. Now, as we embark on this global gathering of minds, we take a moment to ignite the flame of the Kuttuvilakku. This act symbolizes our shared commitment to signaling the beginning of a journey towards innovation and collective wisdom. May I now invite the chief guest, Mr. Girish Pandian, the president of IMA, to ignite the lamp. Followed by Mr. Charles, the technical advisor of Non-Mudalvan scheme. We also would like Mr. George Koshi, the director of SIFI, to please do the honors. Requesting the principal to please light the lamp as well. A student volunteer from our college will also be joining us today, taking part in this glorious occasion. We'd like to have a presenter, someone to please represent all the participants who have come here today to join as well. Thank you very much. Dear sirs, fathers, thank you very much. Yes. As we commence our program today, we are inspired to incorporate a symbolic gesture that embodies our commitment to sustainability and environmental consciousness. Recognizing the profound impact of nurturing nature, we have chosen to inaugurate this event by watering a sapling. This act not only serves as a reminder of our responsibility to the planet, but also symbolizes growth, renewal, and the promise of a better future. In this spirit, I am honored to invite our esteemed dignitaries on the dais to join us in the symbolic gesture of watering the plant sapling. We request the participants to please give a big round of applause as we do something for the betterment of the planet. Thank you very much, dear dignitaries. Now, as we gather here today amidst an atmosphere buzzing with intellectual fervor and anticipation, we stand on the cusp of a significant moment. The culmination of months of meticulous planning and scholarly endeavors, the abstract proceedings symbolize the collective wisdom and innovative spirit that define our conference, with each paper holding the promise of groundbreaking insights and transformative ideas. The unveiling of the first copy of the abstract proceedings marks a symbolic milestone in our journey of exploration and discovery. To do the honors, I have the distinct privilege to invite our esteemed chief guest, Mr. Girish Pandian, President of IMA, to officially inaugurate this invaluable compendium of knowledge and research. Please, sir. Dear participants, please put your hands together as we cut open this abstract proceedings. Thank you very much, respected dignitaries. Very sorry, we are not going to disturb you anytime sooner. In welcoming each participant with sincerity and enthusiasm, we not only acknowledge their presence but also affirm their importance and contribution to the collective endeavor we embark upon today. I now have the honor to invite our esteemed principal, Dr. Xavier Rajaratnam, to graciously render the welcome address.
Respected Chief Guest, Mr. Girish Pandian, IMA President, Mr. Patrick Amalraj, the entrepreneur, Mr. Derek Cheshire, the innovationist, Mr. Charles, dear and Reverend Father Secretary, Father Vice Principal, Father Administrator, heads of the departments, both Commerce General and Commerce CS, other learned faculty members from our college and also from the participating college, dear students, very good morning to one and all. Good morning. So the commerce is very much associated with our life. In the olden days, when you want to buy some curd, nowadays we are having Avin, Aragya like that. One old lady used to bring the curd and she will mark a line with the use of charcoal in the wall of the buyer's house. Or you can, in the other way, you can very well aware of the Baroda Suri comedy scene. Just mark one mark. And also, the olden days, the Natukote Chettias, they are very famous in their business in Burma, Singapore, Malaysia, like that. They always accompany their Kanakku Pillai, one man who looks after all the business deals. And in Tamil literature also, we studied Artil Potalo, Alandu Podu. Even if you want to throw away, measure and throw away. So the calculation, the commerce involves in everyday's life. And this special conference, Convergence 2024, mainly focus on the applications of artificial intelligence. This generation, you are aware of the GPay, PhonePe, ATM card, net banking, so many. But in the 80s, suppose we want to withdraw 500 rupees from a bank, you have to spend at least 2 hours. That too, if it's a Saturday, it's very horrible because they will wind up before 12:30, the bank people. Suppose if the bank is a State Bank of India, worst case. Still I remember. So they go to serve for all the customers who are present before 12:30. 12:30 they will lock the door. And 12:35, I just filled a challan with the passbook. I got to give it to the teller. He asked me, what do you want? Because the time is 12:40. Then that time my answer was, 2 idli, 1 katti chutney. He angry, wondered, what? See, I gave my check leaf. You have to give the money. What's the time? 12:40. That much of strange things we encountered. But today, you're just passing the, transferring any amount of money within a few seconds. So these are the development of the technologies. The artificial intelligence will play a major role in the commerce, in the customer retention, improved automation, efficient sales process, pricing optimization, enhanced customer service. Like that, I can quote so many things. So the conference is the need of the hour. I have to thank and congratulate the Department of Commerce General and Commerce CS for choosing the wonderful topic for this international conference. And also I would thank the management for providing all type of supports, social and economical supports to conduct the conference. So for this conference, on behalf of the management, on behalf of the Department of Commerce, I extend my warm welcome to Mr. Girish Pandian, the President IMA. Welcome, sir. Welcome for this conference. Next, I have to welcome Mr. Patrick, the entrepreneur. So the resource persons, the VIPs they're all very busy with their schedules. When we approached them, they eagerly accepted our invitation and spared their valuable time with us. This shows their commitment towards the student community. So I welcome Mr. Patrick Amalraj for this conference. Welcome, sir. And also Mr. Charles from the Tamil Nadu Government Skill Development Corporation. All of you know, every Thursday, the third year students we are having what course? Non-Mudalvan. So the non-Mudalvan team, sir is one of the apex body. Welcome, sir. Welcome for this conference. And also I have to extend my welcome to Mr. George Koshi, the director of SIFI. Welcome, sir. Welcome for this function. So I have to welcome all the fathers for the vice principal. Even though it's our own function, we have to extend our welcome to for the vice principal, for the administrator, and the faculty members, the participant students from our college, and also the other colleges, and all. So I wish today is a beautiful day. You should learn so many things, many more things from this conference. So once again, I extend a warm welcome to one and all. Welcome, sirs.
Now, to shed some light on the essence of this conference, I invite the head, Department of Corporate Secretaryship, also one half of the conveners of our conference today, Mr. Arun Kumar, to enlighten us.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for coming. The inauguration is supposed to start at 9:30. I'm sorry, extra 30 minutes have taken, so we have to go it little fast. And the tea break, probably it will be done after the 2 online international sessions. So we will be connecting it shortly. And the panel discussion will be starting exactly at 11:30 and 11:15, and it will get over by 12:30. So I expect all of you to take a short break after the first session and come back to the panel discussion at 11:15. And after the panel discussion gets over by 12:30, you will have your lunch break. Lunch will be provided at down, and once the lunch gets over, your paper presentation starts. So offline. All the very best for that. And once the offline presentation is done, we are looking for the best paper and the best presenter award, which will be given in the valedictory session. All the certificates will be distributed only at the valedictory program. So since it's a online based program is also going on, anyone if interested in online also can do that. Kindly, any doubts pertaining to it, you can come and approach me. All the very best. Thank you. Yes. Thank you.
Dear sir, we thank you for guiding us through this enriching experience. As a token of our heartfelt appreciation and gratitude for the esteemed presence and invaluable support, we would like to extend a humble gesture of recognition to the distinguished guests gathered here today. We would like to first honor the chief guest, Mr. Girish Pandian, President of IMA, requesting our principal to felicitate our speaker with a shawl. Our principal to please welcome. requesting Father Administrator to gift a memento and a gift to our chief guest in this happy morning. Next, we would also want to felicitate Mr. Charles, the technical advisor of Non-Mudalvan scheme. I humbly request Reverend Father Vice Principal to do the honors by draping a shawl to Mr. Charles. Dear participants, please put your hands together. Requesting Dr. Marcus, Director of Don Bosco Institute of Career Excellence, to present a memento and a gift to Mr. Charles in this pleasant morning. We are also honored in felicitating Mr. George Koshi, the Director of SIFI today. I request the Principal to do the honors of draping a shawl. We are felicitating Mr. George Koshi, the Director of SIFI, requesting the Principal to please drape a shawl this fine morning. We request Father Administrator to please help us gifting a memento and a gift to Mr. George Koshi this morning. Dear participants, please put your hands together in welcoming them. Thank you very much, dear fathers, dear sirs, chief guests. We are happy that you come here. Now I request the dignitaries on the dais to kindly occupy the first rows below for our key address, which is to be connected through Zoom now. So requesting our dignitaries to please occupy the first rows today. So now we find ourselves at a pivotal moment, poised to unveil a wide-ranging perspective of AI and human resource management. Prepared to be captivated by the profound wisdom and innovative ideas that is said to be imparted by our esteemed keynote speaker, Mr. Patrick Amalraj, a tech entrepreneur from USA. I kindly request Dr. Gladstone to introduce the speaker.
Patrick Amalraj. He is a tech entrepreneur and a startup builder. He is a chief mentor at Ignis Job, and he also a co-founder at Ignis Foundation and a co-founder at Soutastic LLC. He has over 26 years in technology consulting, which includes a work experience at TCS, Oracle, Americas. Welcome, sir.
Okay, thank you. Are you able to hear me well? Okay, all right. Thank you. Hello, everyone. A very good morning to all of you. My name is Patrick Amalraj, and I'm really excited and very happy to be here talking to you all about AI. And I see the speaker lineup. This is a great set of speakers you have, and really warm regards to all of the speakers and all of the people who organized this conference. And I see the topics that are going to be discussed, and it's amazing set of topics. So see each one of the topics that are going to be discussed here. You're going to see a lot of presentations from people, from students. And I'm telling you, every point that I'm seeing here is going to become a career in itself. it's going to have a bright future. And if you take any topic here, we can talk for hours about that particular topic. That is the potential of this field now, and I'm very excited to talk about it. And a little bit background about myself. Well, like I said, my name is Patrick Amarraj. I come from a small little town called Papanasam. It is in the banks of River Tamarabarni in Tirunelveli district. I studied in a Catholic school called St. Mary's Higher Secondary School, run by Sacred Heart Brothers. I did not pay pretty much. I studied for free. I didn't pay any money, and kudos to all the Catholic institutions that is really offering high quality education for people like us and building people like us, mentoring people like us, and very excited to be part of this Don Bosco's AI conference as well. With that said, let me dive into the topic that I'm going to talk about today. Hold on. So, screen that you see here. Hold on one second.
Recording in progress.
So it's called riding the wave. You might have heard, maybe a few people might have experienced who live on the shores or from Chennai. You might be seeing people surfing on the waves, right? And this is a very entertaining sport. I'm not a surfer myself, but I've spent a lot of time sitting and watching them doing this. It's very exciting where people get to ride the waves, but then the big the wave is, the riding time will be more, maybe 5 to 8 minutes, right, maximum, not more than that. But they will wait hours to get to ride on that big wave, but until then, they will not be just waiting on the shore. They'll be in the ocean, in the seas, in their paddle boats, and trying to paddle even small waves that come. Yes, I can hear you now. Are you able to hear me? So I don't know when the network connectivity issue was there, but what I was showing in the previous slide is that, like surfers waiting for a big wave, they wait to paddle the small waves, learn the techniques, and then try to wait for the big wave so that they can get the thrill of riding the big wave. Similar to that, AI is also a wave. And during the start of my career 25 years ago, there was this search engine wave, right? Search engine helped a lot of people like me get into build a tech career, go to different countries, and build a professional life for us. Right? Search engine helped a lot there. And in those days, there were multiple search engines. Google consolidated into a big search engine, right? So, so, so the similar to how the search engine helped, there are other waves that comes and help people change careers, build new careers, and AI is one of them. But what exactly search engine did to people? It actually broke the knowledge barriers. Because search was there, we were able to get to the knowledge that people from other countries are having access to, whether in terms of coding, programming, and things like that. So search engine was a wave that broke knowledge barriers and opened up so many job opportunities for everybody, not just people who are specialists, not just people who are only experts in a field, but it opened up so many other opportunities for everyone. So this is the power of the wave. When a wave happens, when you know how to ride the wave, you can really thrive in that wave. What is the next wave after search engine? The commerce wave. What did commerce do? Well, whether it is the e-commerce, right? Whether it is mobile commerce or online commerce. What did digital commerce or e-commerce, the wave created? Who it helped? It helped so many people, even normal people, sell their products to anybody, anyone across any country in the world. I mean, people from corners of India were able to sell it to Europe, India, Japan, same thing with China. So this created so many opportunities for even non-knowledge workers, right? How search engine helped give the information and help to create a boost in knowledge economy. How search engine broke the knowledge barriers. Commerce broke the marketplace barriers. It created new markets. It expanded the market all over the world, Africa, India, China, South America, name it. Everybody can buy every product out there. And everybody can sell to every country out there. So it really created that big thing. That was a big wave too. And this wave is, a lot of these waves are not done yet. It's still happening, right? What was the next wave after that? The social media wave, right? We know about all this. How did social media help people build careers? You know, people make a lot of money from YouTube channels. You know, people make a lot of money from digital marketing, running their own digital marketing agencies. But then at the end of the day, people were able to showcase their skills, their ability, their talent across the world. Again, they were able to sell their talent across the world. So it broke the communication barriers. So this wave of innovation, the social media wave, broke communication barriers so that people can now reach out to people, anybody there, right? You might have seen people dancing for Indian songs, Tamil songs, people from Africa, people from Japan. It's amazing to watch that, right? You know, that's the communication barrier. They don't need to they probably don't even speak Tamil, but they'll be dancing for a Tamil song because the communication barrier is broken there. And the talent that is produced here in Chennai is being now, used to entertain people across the world. So that's breaking communication barrier. So that is the another wave there. What could be another wave? E-learning, online learning, right? YouTube is one of the great university now, right? How to fix a table, how to fix a car, how to fix a bike, everything is out there. You first go to YouTube and search if there is any help available. And then there's whole plethora of learning platforms out there. Nobody can say that, oh, I didn't get the opportunity to learn this anymore. It broke that barrier that once upon a time existed only for a few people. Hey, you don't have access to IIT. You cannot go and learn what they are teaching there. You don't have access to Harvard. But then now IIT or Harvard or any other university, even Don Bosco, might be publishing their studies, their learning programs in these learning platforms, some for free, some for very affordable cost. And what is this wave broke? What kind of barrier this wave broke? Learning barriers. So as you can see, starting from the search wave, the search engine wave, to the e-commerce wave, or the social media wave, or this online learning wave, everything is breaking and creating new kind of opportunities for people to thrive and learn and grow. This is exactly the same with AI too. When I was telling my 8-year-old daughter that I'm going to give a talk about AI today, immediately, I didn't expect this. Immediately, she responded saying, "Is AI going to take over the world?" It really shocked me when she asked me that question. I didn't expect that it'll come from her. I didn't know she knows about AI. Looks like they might have talked about, I don't know, who she discussed with to ask this question. I don't think she understood the context of the question, but she asked that question to me. And that is the question that's in our mind, that, hey, is AI going to take over the world? But I'm here to tell you that there's a lot of positive news there. But then, just like any part of creation, when a new world is created, there's going to be a lot of churn. There's going to be a lot of changes, right? So the changes may cause little bit of uncomfortable factors. But then if we learn to navigate through that, that's going to create a lot of opportunity for us. Just like how the search engine, the e-commerce marketplace, or the social media, or this whole e-learning wave, everything has created a lot of opportunities for us. All this innovation has created great opportunities, different kind of careers, different kind of jobs. Who would have expected that a social media influencer is going to make lakhs and crores sometimes, right? Somebody who goes restaurant to restaurant eating biryani can make more money than me, who is running a company in Chicago. That is a fact today, right? How does that happen? How did that happen? It's the social media power that broke the communication barrier, that pulled everybody's talent out, and they're showcasing that. That's the power of innovation. AI is exactly in that category. But then, is that the only next wave? Or is it going to really create a bunch of different waves? There could be multiple waves, right? So let's take a little bit of, let's dip our feet a little bit on the AI wave. When machines were created, it was complex. Most of the machines were very complex, especially industry machines were very complex. And then even today, this is happening, right? People who go and work in that machines are trained to work in that machines. They go and take a training on how to operate that machines in a safe and secure way so that they can produce high quality output from that machines. So humans are trained for machines. What's the difference with AI? In the AI world, the machines are trained for humans. That is the big difference. What it does, if machines can do what humans can do, is that what it means? Machines are trained for humans. If machines can do human tasks, what will humans do? You know, the previous slide where humans were trained to do machine tasks, we were caught up with that. We have become so specialist in doing those tasks, and we are thinking those tasks are our whole potential. Actually, no. Humans have so many different potentials, different levels of potentials. So if machine can do a lot of these tasks, what will humans do? We have our own expertise. We have our own, this is one area that will change the fundamentals of how professional work is going to be done. Other than knowing a task, knowing how to do a task, you will be expected to have these basic skills. And even AI can help you learn about yourself. What kind of unique strengths we have, how to manage our time and how to regulate ourselves, how to have empathy and how to motivate ourselves, how to motivate others, and how to collaborate and work with others. These are all the fundamental human skills that will surface up in a world where AI is going to do a lot of these tasks. So this is a report from World Economic Forum. This is top 10 skills for 2025. Maybe when you finish your degree, this is what market will be expecting from you. Analytical thinking and innovation, active learning and learning strategies, complex problem solving, leadership and social influence, creativity, and then technology use, effective use of technology and effective designing, resilience, right? All these skills, if you see, where are the fundamental skills that we are actually learning in college, right? We start learning about accounting, we're learning about business finance, we're learning about entrepreneurship, we're learning about science and technology. Where are those? What are those? It's basically all these 10 skills will overlay on top of that. If you know business accounting, they will expect you to know how can you have an analytical thinking and innovation on top of your business finance, right? Accounting, you know accounting, but can you innovate in accounting? So that's the kind of combination they will look for in the marketplace. Now, what has that got to do with the AI? This is what AI wave is going to break. AI has the capability to make each one of you give a superpower. So you are learning, let's say, commerce, and you take a look at that, what kind of commerce is being done today, and then you just apply, you then analyze and research on how can you use AI to do this particular work better? How can you make this outcome better from, with the help of AI? So that is a skill, right? So doing the task using a skill will change drastically. So humans, this is where innovation, this is where problem solving, this is where creative thinking all will come into play. How can you do the same task I've been doing it for 25 years maybe you will come and say that, hey, Patrick, you can do this task in a smarter way using an AI tool. Boom, you beat me in efficiency that I have built over 30, 25 years. And that is very much possible. And that is where I'm calling this as AI is going to give you superpowers. But then to really tap into your superpower, you got to find your inner strength. You got to be an individualistic person. You got to be working towards exceptionalism. You got to be also adventurous in trying out different things, trying out different tools, right? And then, of course, being curious. These are all going to help you gain those superpowers. So all the things that you're learning in college, all the things that you might have questions about are going to help you. But then it'll propel you further. It'll accelerate your career further when you start applying, when you start asking this basic question on how can I do this task or this work better if I apply some AI skills, right? Like you might have heard about ChatGPT, right? And I work with a team of people I have in Chennai and other parts in India. And I recently noticed in the last 3 months, their writing skills have amazingly increased. Usually when they send an email to me, I refine it and then I send it to the client. But now they send the email and I'm seeing it. I don't do anything. I just forward that to them, to the client. And I'm surprised. And one day I asked them, how did this happen? And they say ChatGPT. So you can use ChatGPT, but you need to know how to use it effectively, right? So this is one example of one AI tool that you can use to improve your skill. Same thing applies to different areas in business, whether it is accounting, trades, shipping, everything. There is always a better way to do it. And what is that better way? It's, people call AI as artificial intelligence. I myself call that as more augmentative intelligence. Augment meaning one that can help, one that can assist you. So more than AI helping companies and all those things, I think fundamentally AI will help the person, the single user, to do a task in a better way, whether inside a company or outside a company. And that's how it will finally boil down to. And you're going to hear so many different talks about in different contexts, how AI is being applied in different areas. The lineup is exciting, but this is what you have to do. You have to start. Yes, this is going to be a big wave, but instead of sitting on the shore and watching the wave, you should start paddling. Start trying out smaller things. If you have an Excel sheet that you need to analyze, let's say 1 year worth of bookkeeping of a small company. If you have taken finance, use some AI tool to analyze it. If you're writing a thesis, you can use AI to research about it. Right? So you have to know when to use, what to use. And also you need to also measure, you need to also watch out for where, you have to be careful. What do you have to be careful about, right? You cannot just copy paste, right? That's where the individual, if you really want to have that superpower, you need to find your inner power. Being that individualistic, exceptional. If you know your inner strength, maybe you're good in analytical thinking. Maybe you're good in strategizing. Maybe you're good in problem solving. We don't know. We all are born with unique skills. Finding and tapping into those unique skills, and then applying that for solving real world problems using AI tools is the paddling part. Once you start paddling, you'll get to the big wave, which is already coming. We can see it coming. A lot of people are saying it is coming, and it is really coming. you've seen how fast things are changing. So with that, I'm going to end my time, and I can open up for any questions that you may have. Hope you enjoyed the session, and also I wish you all the best for all the PowerPoint, all the presentation that is going to come in this session. This is very useful conference. Please pay attention to all the speakers and all the different papers our students are going to present to. Thank you.
Yes,
Mr.
students.
Arun, Professor Arun, if anybody has any questions, feel free to, if you have time, feel free to just relay it to.
Yes, participants, if you'd like to ask something to our wonderful sir, Mr. Patrick Amalraj, you can please come forward. You can ask us. We can connect to Mr. Patrick Amalraj. He is present all the way back in Chicago. He's presenting to us. So you can have this opportunity. Please take this opportunity to ask any sort of questions which we can now communicate through the Zoom meeting that's ongoing. Yes?
Being individualistic. The thing is, you said with the power of AI, we are gifted with superpowers. So with that superpower, and you also mentioned about the copy pasting thing. And if everyone is using ChatGPT and everyone has the accessibility towards ChatGPT and other AI tools, where will be the individualistic power of a human? And wouldn't AI replace humans if they use AI in an overwhelming manner?
The first industry that AI, I don't know whether they expected this, but then first industry it is disrupting is the programming people. People who are high-tech coders, they were the ones who lost some jobs. It's right, and they are saying it may be partially true, but then they're saying it could be related to AI tools. There are like really smart AI tools that can write programs for you, right? So now, if I'm a programmer, and if I'm able to use an AI tool to write a program, and I'm finishing it in an hour, what will I do in the remaining 7 hours? What should I do? Rather, what should I do? That's a question I should ask myself, right? So that 7 hours is where I add my value. For that, I need to know what value I bring to the table. That's where individualistic thing comes into picture. If you are asked to analyze 10 pages of description and give a summary, ChatGPT can do that for you, yes. Everybody can use the same tool to come back with that. But you may have spent maybe an hour doing that, but if the expectation to finish the task is, let's say, 5 hours, and you are done with an hour, what will you do with the remaining 4 hours? It's that creativity part, that innovation part is where your individualistic thing will come into picture. You can take the passage and you can infuse your ideas into it, your way of thinking into it to make it much better. This is where it's going to be a vast difference when you say, everybody are going to come back with the same thing. If it is a Google search engine, if you use the same string, it may come back with the same result set. ChatGPT, to an extent, there's a variation to it. To an extent, it may behave like that, but then instead of taking that and giving it, where people can now have, like universities have plagiarism tools that can see whether your work is from ChatGPT directly or not. But then you can use ChatGPT to research the article, find the way to think. It will give you a framework of thought process that will cut short a lot of your learning curve. So the point, what I'm trying to make is that the output need not be the same. The tool is the same, but the output from the tool need not be the same. That's where you can infuse your individual strengths of creativity, innovation, whatever other things, your personal experiences, right? In any problem that you're solving, you're going to add a personal experience to that and address that problem. That context is a human context, and that will always add different flavors to the output that will differentiate from any other people's work using the same tool. Hope that answered your question.
Is there any other questions from your side? Any questions from your side? Okay. Thank you, sir. So thank you so much, sir, for this wonderful presentation and also for answering the question. Over to you, MC, sir. You can just wind up the first session. So can we give a round of applause for the sir? Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Yes, sir. Yes.
Thank you so much for having me. Really enjoyed the session and wish you all the best for the rest of the conference.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. It was a pleasure meeting you, sir. Yes, sir.
So, two things. In the first place, we are extremely sorry for the technical difficulty that we are experiencing right now. We are trying to do our best. We'll get this done as soon as possible. And the next thing, obviously, we'll have to thank Mr. Patrick for helping us today. Despite the irregular time schedule, sir, your address was nothing short of remarkable. Thank you once again for your time and knowledge sharing. Now, we are excited to present the conference note on the future of innovation. Joining us to share his wealth of experience and expertise is none other than the dynamic Mr. Derek Cheshire, innovationist cum author, joining us from UK. I now invite Dr. Gladstone to graciously introduce our esteemed speaker.
Mr. Derek is an innovationist, speaker, author, and an innovation consultant. He has over 40 years of work experience in industry, 20 of them on innovation projects. He is the author of Creativity in Action, and he has had a material published by the ICFAI University Press in India that changed this organization, the United Nations, and others. More recently, Derek was appointed a visiting professor at VIT University Business School, Chennai, India. He is also an assessor for the King Award for Enterprises Innovation in the UK. Welcome, sir.
You can start the conference, sir. Hello.
That's fine. I'm just going to share my screen. Whoever has control of this, can you make sure that everyone's muted? Because I'm hearing lots of noise in the background.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Hopefully you can all see my screen now.
Yes, sir.
Good.
Your screen is shared, sir.
Good. Right. Just let me get something else up, and we'll begin. I should say before we start, there's some video with sound, so hopefully that manages to travel all the way from the UK to India as I intended. But I've no doubt that if it doesn't, somebody will let me know. So you have the luxury of not seeing my face much for the next 25 minutes or so, but we'll see. So let me introduce you to my companion for this morning. Well, do you wish that innovation was a breeze? There was less risk, less fuss, less tears. The fact that we could easily talk about it, easily make decisions. I mean, let's be honest, innovation's messy, it's hard, but it is absolutely essential. So this morning I'm going to briefly cover a bit about the why, how, what and where of what I'm calling chameleonomics, and we do have an ally to help us, or to help me. It's not ChatGPT, although we are talking a little about AI. It is an LLM, a large lizard model, and it's my friend Colin the chameleon, who I use as a bit of a metaphor and a teaching prop. And we used to work with Colin's brother, Arthur, before he had a very unfortunate incident where he wandered off across a tartan rug, and he's now in retirement. So welcome to this journey. And we will end up in AI, but there's a path we have to follow beforehand. So why on earth should we bother with this? Why do we need it? And here are just a few reasons why. And I'd like to explore one reason in particular. It's something that business schools will not mention, and I guess business leaders don't like to mention because it means they're failing. So I'll just like to build for you very quickly a very simple business life cycle, which starts on the left-hand side with the business starting up and growing, and finishes with death on the right-hand side. And what happens is we go through these main phases. At inception, we're excited. We start our business. In growth, we pour a lot of money in. We do a lot of things, and it's very exciting. And in maturity, that's where we almost have our cash cow. It's maybe stopped soaking up money and investment, but we're still making money out of it. We're sipping our cocktails by the pool and having a jolly good time. But then we forget, we trip over our own shoelaces. We go into decline and death. And this is obviously a huge problem. But research has shown, and this is not exact research because there's lots of companies in the world, but once you slide down that slippery slope into decline, there's a 10% chance only of you getting back to that plateau, that place where you're making money and life's good. And to flip it on its head, it means there's a 90% chance that your business is going to fail, which is quite sobering. So wouldn't it be nice if we knew that how long we had from inception to death? We knew how long that period was, and we split it into two. We could maybe have a stab at finding that point where it all is good, and do something to remedy the situation if things are going wrong. So fortunately, this has actually been measured over a number of years now. Research by a lady called Nadia Zaksambayeva in the States. So for the purposes of this is divided up into 3 time periods. And when we say pre-1980s, I don't just mean 1960s, 70s, 80s. I mean the Industrial Revolution up until the 1980s. So if I was there with you, I'd say let's play a guessing game, but in your own heads, try and work out what these might actually be. So pre-1980s, that life cycle length is 75 years on average. And in the 1990s, that was reduced to 15 years. And the thing we should say about the 75 years is that most people, doesn't matter whether you're in a developing or a developed country, it is entirely possible that our fathers and grandfathers went to work for their entire life without encountering a business crisis or any sort of business shock. So all these things are coming at us now, and the students amongst us, you're going to have to work out a way to handle a lot of this. So let's fast forward to 2020 when we last have some figures for. And the average time is now 6 years. So what that means is that every 3 to 4 years, we either have to reinvent our business or our product or service or take some sort of action. The world is moving that quickly. So what am I talking about when I talk about chameleonomics? It's an art, not a science. And even if it were a science, I would say it's not an exact science. But this is how we can embed the necessary attitudes and behaviours into our organisations, so that we can actually change, like Colin the Chameleon, which is why he's been invented. And there's then no need for a succession of expensive change programs. So it stops the disruption, but it also stops the expense when you start to employ PwC, Gartner, Accenture, all these people on a regular basis. It costs money. And you're not really innovating in your way, you're innovating in their way. And this is all about making organisations change and do what they want to do in their own way. Now, when I show you all these videos and clips with sort of Indian type music and Indian things on, I'm not being patronising. At this point, you'll find out in a minute why these things are there. Excuse me, but what chameleonomics is about is making things simpler. And then when we innovate at a high level, we want to talk strategy and we want to make decisions. But at a low level in our organisation, we want to talk tactics. There's too much detail at one end and too much ambiguity at the other. Now, one way of sorting this out, and it's a way that I've adopted, and in fact, AI does borrow from this, because AI does pattern matching. But if you match patterns, or you wrap things up, so you have 2 or 3 things together which you can talk about as one entity, it makes it simpler. I mean, if you think about, for instance, as an example of this, a football manager. Yes, on the training field, he may talk to all his players individually, tell them what to do, where to go, how to do things. But when he's actually coaching in a match he's actually seeing patterns. He doesn't talk about each individual player. He talks about the defense, the tack and movement from here to there. And this is what we're doing in a business context. So my meta objects are actually metaphors. They're designed to aid decision making and planning. And as you heard, I've done a reasonable amount of work in India. I'm a visiting professor there, and I just love all things Indian, particularly food, so you'll see in a minute. So I've chosen these metaphors, and I'll describe how I've chosen them and why and what they represent. But it's for anybody to create their own metaphor and use them in their own way. It's entirely up to you how you do it. So let's play meet the metaphors that I've chosen. Now the first one is soup. That's actually a picture of mulligatawny, but it could be any soup. As I said before, you can choose your own metaphor anyway. And here the broth aspect of it, the liquid, is our company culture, but we are the floaty bits inside. So our organisation should be non-hierarchical. We're rewarded based on expertise and talent, not by where we sit in a hierarchy. So we can talk, we can chat, we can share ideas, we can share experiences. All that can be done very quickly with this sort of fluid structure. The next thing I chose was Jugad. It's out of fashion a little bit now because, well, we can go into why it was at some point in the future. But it's, what I like to say is it's the Indian word that means, I've got this, I can do it. It's supercharged problem solving. The chap in the photo, he needed a selfie stick. So why not just wedge his smartphone in a pitchfork? Does the job. And that represents the attitudes and behaviours that we need in an organisation. I'm not talking individual skills here. I'm talking, what I'm trying to do is to educate organisations about how they could or maybe should work, and also educational institutions about the sorts of things that they might need to be teaching people to get them ready for the workplace in the future. So, yeah, so there we are. We've covered culture, we've covered attitude and behaviours, and the third one, which is possibly my favourite, is chai. Now, as you all know, a chaiwala will stand by the side of the road making thousands of cups of chai every day. Most of them, in fact, dare I say all of them, are perfect, because if they weren't, he would lose business very, very quickly. They're all perfect, there's no manuals. He doesn't consult the manual, not as if you were at Starbucks or something like that. And this is what represents the culture, the quality, the consistency. So all of these things together, if you were to unveil them and talk about them in an organisation, you could actually talk at all levels about these things. This is what all of these things represent. So what next? What do we do with all of this? Well, we need to embrace it. We need to do something with it, but we do also need to be able to measure it, and this is where we too can use our meta objects to do a spot of measurement. And this is the closest thing you'll see today to a formula, and this is based on again on meta objects, but meta objects that you can actually get a handle on, you can actually measure with behavioural surveys. So let me just explain. This is the innovation, as our innovation output, however you want to define it, and that is entirely up to organisations. But on the right-hand side, this is the fascinating bit. There's a constant A, and that represents a need and a desire. We need to innovate, we have a desire to innovate, but also the resistance. So if the resistance is too big, then that constant could be negative. In fact, by trying to do what we think we should be doing, we could actually be harming our business. So that's need, desire, and resistance. Then we have a function of a couple of things. C, creativity, which is absolutely essential. And I'm literally just talking about the ideas we have, the creative things we do, the creative environment that we create in order to do this. And then maybe where we store our ideas if we don't need them. And that's it. Nothing more, nothing much cleverer than that. The other thing is K for know-how. And I don't like to use the term knowledge, because when I do, people start talking knowledge management, they start talking computer systems. There could be computer systems involved, but know-how is everything we know. So it could be on our computers, in the cloud somewhere, it can be in books, it can be in our heads, it can be shared knowledge that we create. We create with our friends, our work colleagues at the water cooler or coffee machine. So that's everything we know. And of course, you have to balance these things. If you have too much creativity and not enough know-how, then we might as well just be at kindergarten or school playing. If we have too much know-how and not enough creativity, then what we actually have is, at best, incremental innovation, or we probably have one of those companies that's going to go into decline and death. So these things have to be balanced. But there's one thing missing that's incredibly important, and that's a power. I used to call it N, but it's M, because it actually stands for maturity. And as everybody knows, particularly if you kept an eye on things when COVID was around, you raise something to a power, it spreads more quickly, it's bigger. And in a minute, well, I'll describe what these things here actually mean. But that's one of the things that we want to work on. And that's a lot of the things that actually our leaders and managers, they really need to work on. Let's explain. Now, that variable M, I split it into nine areas. These can all be measured very, very easily and very, very quickly. They're things you would expect, things like team working or working in groups, leadership and management, huge topic at the moment. The desire and ability to actually be able to win, how we scan the environment, again, that's going into marketing, relationships, organisational culture, stretching our people, all things you would expect, all things we can measure. And when we see to these in a concerted way, all things that improve our innovation output beyond measure. Now these plots are reverse plots, i.e. the high scores are not on the outside, they're near the centre. So a good score is here in the middle. And what these two plots are of, well, you may know the names, but they're high street supermarkets here in the UK. So in theory, if the companies are in the same sector, they should have similar shaped plots, even if they're not. identical scores, but in this case they're not. So you may or may not have heard of these companies, but the one on the left is Tesco, a huge organisation that doesn't really have a great reputation. People go there because they've always been there. You can get a wide range of goods, but they're not that keen on it. And Aldi, of course, great prices, great customer service, and a relatively recent entry into the market. So what's actually the reality? Well, let's see where we've come from, and where we've actually come from is the world where what we do has been defined by the market, and it's been defined by technology. So we can either go one way and have the market pull on us, or another way and have technology pull on us or push us, as the case may be. And then a couple of other quadrants where things take a bit of both. So this is where a little bit of either, and we have incremental innovation, which doesn't really get us anywhere. We're not really fulfilling the marketplace, and we're not really making the best of technology. So if we have technological innovation, then yes, we are using the best of technology, the faster processors, and people are sort of happy-ish with that. But we're not making best use of the market. And if we have a niche innovation, then great. We are serving our market niche well, but we're neglecting other things. So structural innovation is really where we need to be. And this is where, as I like to say, the magic can happen. This is where, for instance, Blockbuster Video disappeared because there was a new entry into the market, which was Netflix. And this all happened up here. It's where we have disruption. So that's just the type of innovation. Now, what about the strategic approach to innovation? What actually happens? Now, I hope you can all see this. If not, you ask nicely. I can arrange for you to get access to the slides. You can maybe, but I can see these not being as visible as I would like on a big screen in front of you. So, in this bottom bit here where we have incremental innovation, then people just do traditional planning. And I won't dwell too much on these bits here, but as you move up to where I like to talk about the magic, you'll find in the middle here people have talked for a long time about backcasting as though it's the latest exciting thing to do. It's where people say that, oh, let's imagine this being done in the future, and then work backwards and create a plan to do it, which is fine. But again, in the world of structural innovation or beyond, we have story casting, where we're actually creating the plans for the future, and we are nowhere near them. We are, if you like, following the story. And then let's go one step beyond that, and that is the processes and behaviours. So within incremental innovation, we have sustaining behaviours that just keeps us doing what we're doing. If we go towards structural innovation, which is where people like to be, then we have
yes. Am I audible, sir?
We are disrupting there.
Yes, sir. Am I audible, sir? I'm Professor Arun here.
I'm hearing noises in my earpiece there. Yeah, so disrupting processes and behaviours, that is something we have experienced now, but not to a great extent. But the bit that I'm really interested in, which is where we're leading to, if you like, is what I call frontiering and edge surfing, which is where our behaviours and attitudes need to change, which is why we need to be able to discuss them with metaphor, and where the place we need to operate, and that's what I'm calling the edge. And we will actually, believe it or not, get to talk about AI in a second. Now, if you can imagine, we started somewhere down here and we're going up here, and that's a crazy place to go. It's the edge. It's the incoming wave, if you like. We want to be beyond it. We want to find things that aren't yet there. If we had to describe the edge, we would talk about it being magical. It's where the everyday is not every day. We are talking story casting.
Sir, am I audible?
And
Excuse me, sir. Am I audible, sir?
yes.
Sir, the session is about to end. Sir, can we wind up in 5 minutes?
I will be winding up in a couple of minutes.
Sure. Please take your time, sir. Please. Thank you, sir.
No problem.
Sure.
And to boldly go, which is, if you like, borrowed from Star Trek. Definitely. To boldly go where no man has gone before. So very, very briefly, what does this mean in terms of AI? I didn't want to make this about AI. It's about innovation, or the future of innovation, but it's how can AI help us? Obviously, generative AI can help us create this future that we don't know what it looks like. Pattern matching can help us with responding to the market, responding to external events. It can help us reduce risk. Story creation is what we need to be doing for our story casting. All of these things we can use AI to help reduce our risks, and more importantly, adaptive learning and augmented reality. This is how we can prepare people for something that hasn't yet arrived. So I just want to leave these things with you so you can think about them, and for those people who are experts, real experts in AI, how the tools you have at your disposal can help the organisations of the immediate and distant future to help beat the competition. So I hope you've enjoyed it. Thank you for listening, and if you do want to get in touch.
Students, if you have any questions, one or two, we'd like to accept.
Like somebody who's lost. Be more like Colin, who does adapt and can beat off the competition. So you can visit my website, or, and I really do mean this, send an email to askcolin@derekcheshire.com, and Colin will reply with answers to your questions. So thank you very much for at least staying for the whole time. I don't know if there's time for questions, but I'll stop
any
sharing my
questions?
screen anyway.
Any questions to ask the speaker? Thank you, sir. Thank you. We are waiting for any questions. Any questions from the audience side? Okay. So shall we wind up?
Yes,
that's
it.
So we don't have any questions as of now, sir. So in case of anything, we will let you know shortly in the group, sir. So it was wonderful meeting you.
No worries.
Yes, sir. Yes. So thank you so much, sir. Thank you for the wonderful presentation, and also we enjoyed your videos and also the contents that was displayed here. It was inspiring and also very innovative, sir. Thank you so much for this wonderful presentation.
Yeah, the idea is it gives academics and students something to think about. So
definitely, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Yes.
okay.
We can. Thank you, sir.
Okay, right.
We'll close the.
Enjoy the rest of your conference.
Definitely, sir. Most welcome. Sure, sir. Thank you, sir. Yes.
Thank you very much, sir. Despite your irregular schedules. As you might know, UK, it's early morning in UK right now, and obviously in US it was almost going to be midnight right now. So despite their irregular time schedules, they were so very gracious to address us today. So we are very grateful for their service to us. So now we'd like to have the presidential address, for which we'd like to hear the insights and vision that Mr. Girish Pandian, our chief guest, president of IMA, has to offer on the topic, the future of business. So, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together in welcoming our chief guest, Mr. Girish.
So take your seats. There's a panel on the session 2, sir. Not one.
Morning. I'm sorry for my voice. Past 2 days I've been having a little bit of a throat infection, so excuse my voice. Respected dignitaries on the dais, Father Sagai Raj, thanks for inviting me for this international conference on AI. I will use Tamil and English if it's okay with you guys. Yeah. ஐமான்னு சொல்லிட்டு இருந்தாங்க கிரீஷ் பாண்டியன் ஐமான்ட்டு. I'll give you a brief about IMA. IMA is Industrial Estate Manufacturers Association. அதாவது Guindy is the first industrial estate which was formed in the country in 1958. It was inaugurated by Jawaharlal Nehru. அப்போ 59ல the association was formed for all the unit holders. So we have about around 420 companies in Guindy. So we are entering the 65th year this year. So I am the president of that association. Now we take up the entire maintenance of the association. So I work with the MSME department and the government, both at the central as well as state, in formulating policies for MSMEs, entrepreneurship. We work with the EDI, and we conduct a lot of programs also for upcoming entrepreneurs and entrepreneurs who are there in our estate and MSME units surrounding Guindy Industrial Estate. About me, I'm a second generation entrepreneur. I did my mechanical engineering from SRM, and then I did my MBA in industrial management from UK, Sheffield, and then I passed out from London School of Economics in 2001. And since my father had a unit, I came back and I've been associated with our industry for almost about 22 years. We are into the manufacture of bulk material handling systems, a small brief. Supplying to power plants, mines, and other industries. So this is a small brief about myself. கொஞ்சம் டஃபாக இருக்குது உங்களை எல்லாம் திருப்பி ஒரு 2 செஷன் முடிச்சுட்டு to bring you back into this conference. I'm not going to talk about AI conference. அதுக்கு நிறைய eminent ஆளுங்களாக இருக்கிறாங்க இங்கே. And session is going to be there for the entire day. So AI பற்றி I don't want to talk more about AI because you already attended 2 sessions. Just about entrepreneurship, how the future of business in India for us, for youngsters, it is going to be. It is always a privilege to talk to young students. Though I passed out from SRM, I keep going to SRM to give a lot of lectures to my students in SRM. And my connect with the students is there on a regular basis. Future of business in India, yes, it is going to be amazing for the next 5-10 years. We are growing at about 8% as said by the government, but in reality around 6% GDP we are going to go. Whichever government is going to be at the center or the state, we are at the cusp of a next level of growth in our country. Unprecedented growth. அதுக்கு ஒரு major strength is youth, students. நீங்கள் தான். So you have to skill yourself for the next 15-20 years. So முடிச்சு வரும்போது என்ன பண்ண போறீங்கன்ற ஒரு focus I want you guys to have. Whichever stream you want to have. அதில் தமிழ்நாடு we are very much privileged because again Tamil Nadu is the second most industrialized state in the country. Our GDP is much bigger than lot of East European countries sort of GDP. And our vision is about 1 trillion economy by 2030. The kind of investment which is coming into Tamil Nadu, it's mind-boggling. And the government is working very much. Forget about politics. I'm not getting into politics, but that government machinery is working very hard to have all-round development all over the state. Chennai mattum illa. Chennai, Coimbatore, Tiruchi, you go to any part of the state, there is development all over the state. Even from a small village. Now we have started up building neo-tidal parks in tier 2, tier 3 cities. Tindivanam neo-tidal park has come up. So the students from surrounding areas, they will be placed there. Tirunelveli, there are a lot of activities going to come up. Kulashekara-Pattanam, 2,500 acres of aerospace park is going to come up. You see the kind of development which is going to happen south of Madurai. Chennai-Madurai industrial corridor is going to come up. The huge opportunity is there. You can't think about it. But அதில் நீங்கள் என்ன பண்ண வேண்ட போகிறீங்க? படித்து முடிச்ச பிறகு வேலையா? வேலை இருக்குது, வேலை இல்லாமலாம் இல்லை. But then I would be happy that you know what, இங்கேருந்து வரவங்களில் அட்லீஸ்ட் ஒரு 50-20 of them become an entrepreneur. You look at AI, AI is there everywhere. Netflix எடுத்தா, Amazon எடுத்தா, now it has become a part of our life. UPI is there, all your business transactions, all your content which is given to you, everybody's got a mobile. You have Netflix, you have Amazon, you have your own account. உங்களோட ப்ரிஃபரன்ஸுக்கு ஏற்ற மாதிரி the feed is coming to you. Everybody, whether it is எங்கள் வீட்டில் 4-5 profile. For me, for my wife and 5 kids, or 2 kids. It's all, background something is working. Amazon, again, how does Amazon work? It's all because of AI. You see their fulfillment centers. So I have a relationship with Amazon because I work with them on their warehousing. அங்கே போய் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா நீங்கள் ஃப்ரண்ட் எண்டில் தான் பார்க்குறீங்க. இப்போ பேக் எண்டில் பின்கோட் வைஸ் they take information. It's all pincode wise. The kind of technology which goes into AI, you know, the warehouse management system, the fulfillment system, robotics are there in place. Everything is going to the previous speaker Cheshire Sonnamari, the business life scale has come very short now, very, very short. Again, where you have to upskill yourself. You choose a chosen field. என்ன பண்ண போறீங்கன்றது you have it. You decide. Tamil Nadu Skill Development Center is there. Because the kind of investment is going to come up, there is a huge shortage of manpower. Huge shortage of manpower, which the government has envisaged, and they have a very specific target. In the Varshathala, evlo aalanga has to be skilled in these set of programs and schemes. Adukku TNSDC is working, non-modal scheme is working, EDA is working with all the 38 districts to impart skill training for students. First target is students. அதுக்கப்புறமா தான் எம்ப்ளாயீஸ் எல்லாமே மற்றவங்க எல்லாமே ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸை ட்ரெயின் அப் பண்ணி அடுத்த லெவலுக்கு கொண்டு போகிறதுக்கு என்ன வேணுமோ, எங்கே ஷார்ட் ஃபால் இருக்குது. அகேன் they work with us, they work with associations, they work with companies. They say எது வேணும் உங்களுக்கு என்ன மாதிரி ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் வேணும், என்ன எங்கே there is a gap. படித்து முடிச்சவங்க ராவாக வராங்க, எங்களது ஒரு இன்ஜினியரிங் கம்பெனி, எங்களுக்கு எந்த மாதிரி ஆளுங்க வேணும் சொல்லுங்கள், நாங்கள் அதுக்கு ஏற்ற மாதிரி ட்ரெயின் பண்ணி அனுப்புகிறோம்னு சொல்லியிருக்காங்க. ஸோ சார்ல்ஸ் சாருக்கு தெரியும், he is conducting regular programs with you. 20,000 மைண்ட் வாங்கலிங், 20, 30,000, 40,000, 1 lakh ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ்லாம் ட்ரெயின் பண்ணிகிட்டே இருக்காங்க ரொம்ப அசால்ட்டாக. ஏன்? பிகாஸ் தே வாண்ட் டு ட்ரெயின் த ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் ஸோ தேட் the gap is filled between all these companies. ஒரு சைடில் the ministers going all over the world, come invest in Tamil Nadu. People are coming. Winfast is invested, so many crores of investment is going to come up. இப்போ உள்ள ரீசெண்டாக முடிஞ்ச குளோபல் இன்வெஸ்டர் மீட்டில் 5 lakh investment has been committed. They will come, land is there, they will invest everything, but the main thing is manpower. Manpower எங்கேருந்து வரப்போகுது? ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ், நீங்கள் தான். நீங்கள் என்ன பண்ண போகிறீங்க, எப்படி பண்ண போகிறீங்க? ஓகே, ஒரு ஸ்டேஜ் நீங்களும் ஆண்டர்ப்ரனர் ஆகணும். உடனே படித்து முடிச்சு ஆண்டர்ப்ரனர் ஆகிறதுக்கு உங்களுக்கு கஷ்டமாக இருக்கா? ஒரு இத்தனை வருஷத்துக்கு நீங்கள் வேலை செய்யுங்க. யூ ஃபைண்ட் அவுட் த கேப் வேர் இஸ் தேர் இன் இண்டஸ்ட்ரி, equip yourself, have a focus and slowly work towards it. That is the way it is. Schemes are there, programs are there, central government scheme இருக்குது, state government scheme இருக்குது. But then everybody can work. போய் இன்னொரு அசோசியேஷனில் வேலை செய்யலாம். பட் ஒரு ஆண்டர்ப்ரனர் ஆகிறதுன்றது வந்து அதுக்கு அதோட ஒரு மகிழ்ச்சி இருக்குல்ல, தட் இஸ் டிஃப்ரெண்ட். இட் ஹேஸ் இட்ஸ் ஓன் பிட்ஃபால்ஸ், இட் ஹேஸ் இட்ஸ் ஓன் ட்ராபேக்ஸ். தூங்க முடியாது 24/7. when you become an entrepreneur, you have to do it on a regular basis. At the end of the day, when you give employability to 10, 15, 20 of your workers, then you feel the pride. And then அந்த 20 50 ஆக்கலாமா, 50 100 ஆக்கலாமா. Yesterday I went to IIT research park. அங்கே என் கூட ஒருத்தர் ஒரு 2 years associate தான். He started with 10 of his associates. He is proudly saying, today my team has grown to 100 now. I am going to scale up to the next level of 500 and I've got investments. They see my growth and he's entered into different kind of industries. ஒரு இண்டஸ்ட்ரியில் ஆரம்பித்து எங்கெங்கே கேப் இருக்குன்னு கண்டுபிடிச்சு now he's getting into oil industry. He started with steel industry. So the opportunities are there, students. Opportunities are there everywhere. It's just that for us to keep an eye open and start working towards it. And இதுக்கு மேலே I don't want to bore you. I would advise you that become an entrepreneur. Even women நிறைய ஸ்கீம்ஸுக்கு இருக்குங்க லேடிஸ்க்கு. ரீசெண்டாக we've been conducting a lot of programs for women. Tamil Nadu is the state where we have 40% women workforce. இந்தியாவிலே ஹையஸ்ட் women workforce highest இருக்கிறது நம்ம ஸ்டேட்டில் தான் இருக்கும். Because of the education system, inclusivity, people are studying. And there are schemes where women to become an entrepreneur, they have so much of subsidies. அந்த சப்சிடிஸை பற்றியோ தொழில் ஆரம்பிக்கிறத பற்றியோ என்ன வேணாலும் எப்போ வேணாலும் எங்கிட்ட வந்து இங்கே வந்து you can contact us. We will be there very glad to advise you on how to start an industry. On that note, I would thank the entire management team of Don Bosco College to have given me this opportunity. I don't want to hold you up. Let's go for a tea break or what is the plan. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Your insightful perspectives have undoubtedly set a profound tone for our deliberations ahead. Your insights were both thought-provoking and enlightening, leaving a lasting impact on all of us present here today. And that brings us to the end of the inaugural ceremony. With hearts uplifted and minds invigorated, let us embark on this journey together, united in our quest for a better, more sustainable future. Thank you all for your presence and participation, and here's to the success of Convergence 2024. It's time for a short tea break now. Please take this opportunity to relax, enjoy some refreshments, and mingle with fellow participants. We would like to resume sharply at We are giving 15 minutes for the panel discussion. We'll resume at 12 o'clock. 12, we'll sharply start with the panel discussion. So please take this time to go have some refreshments, have a tea break, and come back sharply at 12. Thank you very much.
Now I call upon Principal Dr. Xavier Rajaratnam, sir, to honor a chief guest, Mr. Jude Kishore. Mr. Jude Kishore is a trusted advisor for the promoters, business leaders specialized in finance, long-term business planning and capital market strategy. In his 30 plus years of experience, he has helped to build a sustainable business that are predictable and profitable. In the last 15 years, he has measurable success in helping companies in their capital market strategies, raised about the USD 400 million from market tier 1 private equity growth investors, completed dozens odd cross-border acquisitions to fast-track growth beside the exist to the investor. Welcome, sir. Now I call upon the Vice Principal, Father Kasi Sagayaraj, to honor Dr. Doreen Robin. Ma'am, an accomplished professional in the field of computer science and engineering, specialized in the computational intelligence. She currently serves as the Director of a Computational Intelligence Research Foundation, Section 8, company registered under the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Government of India, certified as both 12A and NGO DARPAN entity. Welcome, ma'am. Now I call upon our respected principal, sir, to honor mementos to Mr. George Koshi. Please, sir. Mr. George Koshi is a leadership coach, has over 25 years of experience as a learning specializations domain, ranging from the manufacturing, assessment centers, consulting and information technology. A chemist graduated from the Madras Christian College. He started his career with the MRF tires. He then motivated to the various consulting organizations like Liam, Mafoe and Paradigm Shift, and partnered with the various organizations and institutions to provide the learning solutions. Welcome, sir. Now I call upon Dr. Xavier Rajaratnam, Principal, sir, to honor Dr. N. Ashokan. Mr. Ashokan, sir, a learning leader, certified accreditor, mentor, and a keynote speaker. He has 25 years of experience in the development of sound educational institution. He demonstrated the excellence in the determining and formulating policies, executing, implementing strategies, providing overall directions to the growth, deft in planning, directing, and facilitating operations at the highest level of the management. Welcome, sir. Now I call upon our respected Vice Principal, Kasi Sagayaraj, father. That's it. Okay. Last one, father. Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you. That's it.
We have the moderator of the panel discussion, Mr. Joseph, sir. Welcome, sir, to lead this panel discussion in a fruitful and more meaningful way. Thank you. Welcome, sir.
Together, these remarkable individuals embody the spirit of excellence and serves as inspirations to us all. Please join me in extending a heartfelt welcome to our distinguished guest. Now, I hand over this session to our beloved moderator, Dr. Joseph Manikaraj. This session is over to you, sir. Thank you, and thank you all.
Okay, is it there? Is it there? ஒன்றும் இல்லை ஏஐ பற்றி நிறையா பேசினது எங்கே இருக்குன்னு கேட்குறேன். Okay, so today's theme and mood is all about AI, and one would expect to see that is present here physically, illa? But however, what I see is, all human intelligence, including me also. illa? This human intelligence has created the artificial intelligence. Please give a big hand to ourselves. Right. Good morning, all. Thank you for this lovely introduction, Lavanya and team, and Father Sagai Raj, for having us here. And I'm happy to be a part of this momentous occasion. I know this is one of the biggest conferences that you are conducting year on year, probably, and we are all happy here. And all of us have come with a lot of interest to share our knowledge, because உங்களை மாதிரி இருக்கிறப்போ எங்களுக்கும் நிறைய இன்ஃபர்மேஷன் நாலேஜ் கிடைச்சனால நாங்கள் அதே வழியில் உங்களுக்கும் கொடுக்கணுன்ட்டு வந்திருக்கோம். ஓகே, ஸோ கடவுள் காது 2 கொடுத்துருக்காரு. ஏன் தெரியுமா? நிறையா கேளுங்க. ஆமாம், வாய் ஒன்று தான் கொடுத்துருக்காரு. ஆமாம், ஆனால் FAQ செஷனில் மட்டும் பேசுங்க. ஓகே, குட். ஸோ மை greetings to the dignitaries on the dais, the college management, the organizing committee, academic fraternity, faculty of DBCC, all participants, researchers, fellow speakers, and dear students of this great institution. So artificial intelligence is the buzzword, not only in colleges, in many parts, in the government offices, in the companies. It's becoming a buzzword. It's creating a kind of a point where the economy and our very existence seems to be revolving around it and evolving on the way. Okay, man has unleashed this possibility with endless possibilities, right? And it is here to stay. The manifestations which we will be seeing, which we are seeing right now, is across a lot of areas. So what is this AI basically? It's basically a simulation of the human intelligence. Correct? AI wants to become a human intelligence, or maybe more than that, right? So that what we are going to see today is that we have wonderful speakers who are going to share their knowledge in taking up the case for human intelligence, and also understanding how AI can be wrapped and kept under our control. Illiya, adu romba important illiya? So next is what it does. It basically acquires data, lots of data, and it can have a memory better than ours. Correct? So when you want something, it gives you back some information because it has got a memory capacity which is much higher than the human intelligence, obviously. Okay, and reasoning, it can reason to an extent, it can self-correct to an extent. Okay, and all these things are done based on the rules we have set, the humans have set. Ipathiki, correct? So currently there are different technologies that are aiding the AI. Machine learning, kelvi pattirupinga. Okay, then we have deep learning, which is a part of that. Then we have computer vision. Then we will have algorithms. Basically they are softwares or algorithms that create a particular outcome, or you expect, or you create that demand from the AI. Advanced systems, for storage, retrieval of data, computational power, and of course some bit of the hardware, without which you cannot really look at that as a wholesome package, right? So it's a paradigm shift in happening. Okay, wow. So all capabilities, vary depending on the specific requirement what you wanted to do. So we had the previous speaker from Chicago talking about chat GPT, how people have started to write emails better, correct? So that's a specific reason, so that's chat GPT. There are so many other AIs in motion today. Okay, we have Apple today, they have acquired a company called Darwin AI. Okay, so like that, for different applications, you will have different algorithms, data handling and tasks involved. Okay, so no doubt it's a powerful tool in the hands of the users, whether it is science, whether it is technology, arts, management, sports, defense, medicine, research, biosynthetic, that's another very big area, health or fitness, and this is being put to use by many individuals without us knowing we are using AI in our daily activities, like when you use your phones, when you look at something, as Mr. Girish also said, the Netflix, right? So in entertainment it is there, and in robotics, and all these things are being not only used by individuals but also governments and research companies, innovation companies, technology companies. Okay, I'm connecting the future of employment, okay, aligning to the theme. Okay, so today's theme, and being when we're talking about AI's impact on employment and the future of work, it's forming the part of the Convergence 2024, Harmonizing AI and Humanities for a Sustainable Societal Discourse. Okay, so AI is powerful, we know that, and it is here to reshape the world, forever. Let us accept it. But as AI becomes more visible in the workplace, there is a growing concern, right? It could, take over and replace human employees in various roles. There was also one student who had asked this question to Mr. I think Patrick, yeah. Okay, so several studies and reports have attempted to estimate the impact of AI on employment. Okay, but these estimates were very different, and it varied widely. For instance, a report by the McKinsey Global Institute suggested that by 2030, automation could displace between 400 million and 800 million jobs worldwide. Okay. However, the same report also emphasized that automation could create new jobs, and the net impact on employment would depend on various factors, including investment in retraining and education. I remember two distinct paradigm shifts that happened in India. Whenever we were in that age and going. During Indira Gandhi's period, you would not know except that she was shot. But then she came out when they started the computerization of the railways department. You had the entire India on the streets. They said, we are all going to die of starvation. So many things happened. But she said, no, it is going to create 10 times more jobs. Today when you see, it is not tenfold, it is more than that. It's more than 10 or 20-fold. And the same thing that happened again during Mr. Narasimha Rao's government, when they started this LPG, localization, privatization and globalization. Yeah. Sorry, what is it? Yeah, sorry. Liberalization or localization, which in today's terms, privatization and globalization. Thanks for pointing it out anyway. It's good that you're using your 2 years. It's nice to know that. Okay, so when that happened, this Panchayati Raj was abolished. Okay, wow. So we எல்லாத்துக்குமே லைசன்ஸ் ராஜ்னு இருந்தது. எல்லாத்துக்குமே நீங்க வந்துட்டு ஒரு லைசன்ஸ் இருக்கணும். ரேடியோ வாங்குறதுக்கு கூட லைசன்ஸ் இருந்த ஒரு காலத்துல. If you do not know, maybe. So இது எல்லாத்தையும் வந்துட்டு தாண்டி வந்தது. So today we are in the same point. AI அப்படின்னு ஒரு த்ரெட் இருக்கு. நம்மலாம் என்ன ஆக போறோம்? Okay. Basically, I am from the IT field. I am a coder. I am a developer. Okay, And my first son is working in Google as an engineer. Okay, so just imagine what I'm going to do. AI take over pannita enna panna porom? Right? It's a question for everyone, right? But I'm not worried, because it may create a lot of challenges for jobs and markets, but there are steps that not only the employers and employees, but also educators and the students need to take, so that we all remain related and employable, employed and relevant to the industry in the age of this AI. So 10 things which I think of, one is navigating the transformative landscape of AI. Both employers and employees must prioritize adaptability and continuous learning. Second, employers need to invest in upskilling and reskilling initiatives to equip their workforce with the necessary technical and soft skills demanded by AI-driven industries. Third, employees must embrace a mindset of lifelong learning to remain relevant in a rapidly changing environment or evolving job market. 4, collaboration between employers and educational institutions is vital to ensure that the students get industry experience while learning itself, and companies can mentor to create a young workforce with AI exposure. 5, fostering a culture of innovation and creativity within organizations can harness the unique human capabilities that complement AI technologies. 6, gone are the days of just having IQ and EQ, right? What is IQ? What is EQ? And emotional quotient, right? Today, what we need is SQ, which is social quotient, right? இன்னைக்கு வந்து எல்லாமே opinionated. We are highly opinionated. எதுக்குமே ஒரு opinion, right? Whether it is a father or a mother or a brother or a sister or a boss, we are highly opinionated. We are highly polarized. The tolerance levels have come down. Okay, so this is where the social quotient comes in. Okay, so that leads to my 7th point. Employees should focus on developing uniquely human skills such as social intelligence, which includes relationship management, interpersonal skills, critical thinking and creativity, adaptability, flexibility, and to be able to navigate novel and unpredictable situations. Ethical considerations, which is a part of humanities, and empathy, because these are the skills that are less susceptible to AI to take over. Correct? AI cannot do those work. Okay, that's a big plus gap for us if you don't want to get replaced. Embracing remote work and flexible arrangements can enhance productivity and work-life balance in an AI-dominated world. 9th point is, this is also an age of gender neutrality. Okay, I'm touching a very raw nerve here. So fostering diversity and inclusion in the workplace can lead to richer perspectives and more innovative solutions to complex problems. I will relate it. I said my son is working in Google, and if you see in his team, you have different kinds of people working with him. Different kinds of people, adding up to a product or a technology or an idea, right? So it is a gender neutral environment. You don't have any racism. You don't have any opinions based on gender, caste, creed, or color, or religion, right? That is the world. You are in the learning stage. When you're getting into the earning stage, or probably in the entrepreneurship stage, you will experience that. And 10th point, policy making. Policymakers play a crucial role in shaping regulations that promote ethical AI adoption while also ensuring job security and social safety nets for displaced workers. Okay, so with these thoughts, I would like to draw from the experience and wisdom of our distinguished panel members. We have with us Mr. Jude Kishore, Dr. Doreen Robin, Mr. George Koshi, and Dr. Yen Asogan, all experts in their fields. This distinguished panel will share their initial thoughts on the overall theme of today, the international conference. And then what I will do is that I will ask them specific questions We are prepared and they will answer to that. And அது முடிச்சதுக்கு அப்புறமா we will open up the FAQ session. நீங்கள் வந்துட்டு you can ask us some questions and we will also answer to that. Okay, then I will give the concluding talk on comprising of all the points that we have done. So let me start off with Mr. Jude Kishore. Please come on stage, sir. Please, sir. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Let me at the outset, thank the organizing committee for having invited me, to be part of your Convergence 2024. So the topic is AI, which is more technology, kind of a subject. But my background is, I am a commerce graduate like you guys. And then, went on to, qualify as a chartered accountant. Now what I do, how the specifics of what I need to talk is about how it's impacting employment and future of work. But what I will do is, in order to make it more personalized and not, more theory, I'll try and say what I do in my for my living. What do I do for my living? I help companies in their capital market strategies. So what it means is you take a company's business model and then take it to an investor and then make the investment pitch as to how their investment can grow multifold if they make the investment today. So that's the underlying, role, responsibility, that I have. Technology, as you know, is advancing at a rapid pace. AI especially is disrupting, business models. If you are unwilling to, accept this reality, your business itself could be, disintermediated. So what it means is, some of those big brands like the Kodak or, the Nokias of the day, when they really brought the path-breaking innovative, products to the market, today they are nowhere there. So AI is at a very, very nascent stage. In fact, what people say is, if you really have 2 months of experience in AI, you are really thought to be an expert. So such is the early stage that we're talking about AI. And this AI per se has not, come about in the last 6 months or 12 months. Actually, it has been there, as some of the speakers, talk to you about how this transformation has happened. It's happened over the last 40, 50 years. But today, it's taking monstrous, kind of path that it's important that you start understanding and you start educating yourself as to how you're going to be prepared as you get out of your college curriculum and get into, picking up a job, a career. Because in the age of AI, what's good news is, people from other streams other than, technology, there is no such thing as tech person, when it comes to, usage of AI and becoming an expert in AI. So in that sense, the fact that you guys are doing commerce, social sciences is not at all an issue, because every person will have an opportunity to, contribute in the advancement of AI. So there are a lot of noises. When it comes to, AI, there are a lot of noises, okay? Everybody talks about AI. But what's really important is, the real solutions that you are able to take to the market, which is the one that transforms, businesses. And what I mean by that is, that's where the creativity, the problem solving, the critical thinking, the communication skills are all, going to be very critical. And all of you all should, think about these aspects which you have to, build, if you have to, if you are going to, get into a gainful, career and then build on your career. So there are a lot of these technology tools, but to create a business and to apply that AI into your relevant business, you require problem solving and creative thinking. And I can probably speak to you from some understanding that I have in the companies that I've worked, and especially in the current company that I'm working. There are already solutions that we are taking to the market. For instance, we have an AI-powered, platform that has got multiple, capabilities, that works in close conjunction. Like, you call about the natural language processing, the NLP, the LLP, the large language, models. You have, OCR. You have AI itself and machine learning operations. All of these things put together, what we do is, for a real business, what currently is, for instance, one of our clients who is a market leader when it comes to, certification and validation. Anybody, who would like to, for instance, apply to a US university, will have to get what is called as a WES score, World Education Service score. Now, this WES, what they do is they actually, do the equivalency, right? Because these are international students applying from various parts of the world. And how would a US university evaluate your grades, your credentials, from the mark sheets, the CGPA that you've got? Because, for instance, in India, we have, colleges like the one that I studied, the CGPA was on a 10-point grade. Anna University could have it on a 6-point grade. And various universities can have their own, grades. Secondly is, a topic like, let's say, financial management. The financial management, the course curriculum, the content that Loyola College offers could be, very different from, for instance, what, an Indian Institute of Management, offers, or an XLRI, offers. Now, the nomenclature of the course can be, financial management, but the content that goes underneath that could be, very different. And the way, you are getting, evaluated, on a relative, basis, once again, can be very different. And that's the reason why, things like NEET and other things are all, the government sees that as a way of equating, people across the country. Because in Tamil Nadu you get 90% and somebody gets 70% in some other state. How do you equate them? Instead of using a basis which the US universities are using, these people are calling for a NEET kind of a common entrance test. So what has been done manually today is now entirely done. There used to be about 150 odd people in New York who do this manually evaluate this. Now, this entire thing is now currently, is done in India, for this company, WES. Now, what it means is, this is where the critical thinking, problem solving, comes. So that's going to be an important element that you have to, pick. And a lot of, learning, reading, and, preparing yourself outside of what you are, doing in your, course. Honestly speaking, just getting marks should not be the priority. You should really acquire knowledge. To acquire knowledge, you have to, read, quite widespread. Now, how this AI, is going to impact, employment and the workforce? I just tried to, glean some of these data points, from what is available from research reports. And it could be, first off, it will look like it's quite alarming. For instance, the Goldman Sachs report, says that, close to about 300 million jobs could be, replaced by 2030. And when you look at the World Economic Forum, that estimates about 85 million jobs worldwide could be, displaced because of AI. Now, while this is happening, there are also the same reports, like for instance, the Goldman Sachs report goes on to say that, the GDP growth, because of AI over this 10 years is going to be 7%, or in other words, the GDP purely from, the use of AI is going to pushing up the global GDP by about $7 trillion US. Now, this is very heartening because, what is GDP as such? GDP is not just production. Just production. Nobody produces if there is there is no other person to, consume. So, which means consumption is, very critical in GDP. That's the reason why, if you really look at it, if in economics, they say, to try and get out of, to try to come out of, a recession, you need to pump in money into the system. What really recently happened, when this COVID, kind of, brought down the, slowed down in many cases, stripped the global economy, what did United States do? They just started to, give, money freely to, people. Every individual, just got $1,000. And then they started to give freely money. Likewise, in 2008, when the subprime melted the, the industry, the banks, because of the banks, it had so much of impact. So what did the Obama government do? They actually freely started to, give more money, started to invest. Government invested so that, they are not looking at immediate return. They just wanted the economy to, once again, start kicking off. So that's the one that you have to, know. In other words, if there is GDP growth, we don't have to fear about that, so many million jobs are, getting, lost. Because there are newer jobs that is, going to be, replacing these jobs. As, Dr. Joseph just told us that, when the Indian Railways introduced this, the online reservation, I remember, because I'm probably older than him, I think. So I remember there's so much of resistance. Unions used to be, more powerful, and they used to stop any progress. But, like he said, there's multifold growth in railway reservation because the consumption is happening, right? Now more trains are there, more people are, traveling. So when consumption is happening, so all of those activities are anyway going to be, required. So nothing, gets lost. Net there can only be gain because everybody is forecasting, the economy to, grow. Everybody is, forecasting. So some data points when I look at, I've seen some studies that says that 3% is going to be the annual labor productivity. Now, this is important. An advanced study says the annual productivity improvement because of the use of AI is going to be 3%, which is, faster than the GDP growth itself. The GDP growth, global GDP growth is, just below that 3%, threshold. So this is going to certainly be the one that is going to bring about more growth, which means when you talk about more growth, you're talking about more, well-paying jobs. More jobs are, going to get created, but, jobs which are of a higher quality than, what you are doing. So basically, all the tedious, monotonous, and routine, kind of jobs could be, taken over by AI, and the more creative, work. Which is the one that increases the value for an organization, for the country. Those are the ones that will, throw up. So, in other words, you are actually entering into a great, age. Like I said, AI is at a very nascent stage. So you all should be, very happy that you are at the start of this, the change that is, happening. And you should be ready to welcome that change, for which I'm sure, you have to start, reading more wide. That's going to be, very important. Because what I'm seeing is some of the things that they say that is required if you have to be successful, in this new changes that is going to sweep, one of the things they say is, you have to be a continuous, learner. So you cannot stop, reading and learning. If you do that, then you could get disintermediated. You could very fast become obsolete. So learning is going to be very important. The other thing that which you have to pay attention to is the soft skills. The soft skills are something that Indian education system really does not pay too much of attention to. And what are these soft skills? Definitely communication. Communication is going to be very critical, and for you to be more effective in your communication and confident in your communication, you have to be a voracious reader. Please use the opportunity, and this is the time you should, if you have not already a reader, somebody who reads a lot. I'm just speaking from my own children, who are my daughters would never used to read other than their textbooks till such time they reached the higher secondary kind of a level, and today they do a lot of reading, and unless you are going to be reading a lot, you will probably not be confident. If you have to be confident, you have to do a lot of reading. So that's something that is very important. Communication, as I said, and then problem solving skills, critical thinking. See, the Indian curriculum does not build this capability. As part of a curriculum, you're really not getting these capabilities. So this problem solving and critical thinking, whereas if you look at in the US way of education, it's very different. Because I'm just saying this because my children have gone abroad to the US, and after they've completed studies here, they just go and do their studies there. The way, there is nothing like, an examination. See, every week they are, tested. There is no one particular date in which, they are going to write an examination to get their final grade. Every week, and not so much of classroom, teaching. This teaching is more about helping you to, pick those skills from the world of knowledge that is available, and they will only direct you there. And when that happens, they are picking up this problems solving skills, critical thinking, because each individual who is going to present their answers, responses, critiquing their own other colleagues, they really become more and more efficient, because for you to critique somebody else's work, you should know something more than what is written there. Is that something that are we using some of these learning methods in India? We are not doing that. So this is going to be critical in my view. And then of course teamwork and collaboration is going to be very, very essential. So some of these soft skills are going to be very, very important for you to prepare yourself in this age of the sweeping changes that is happening because of AI. The other aspect, the third point that I would say is, which again, it's not very profound in India, is, getting to be a specialist in anything. So we should plow deep. In any domain, you should be a domain expert. Indian education and even, the business world, makes you to be a more generalist, They'll talk about their expertise in finance, in insurance, in retail, and so on and so forth. But you have to have a industry domain expertise. Any one field you take, when you take, in your own, field, for instance, like I said, if you are, studying, commerce, what I would say is, capital market is a very specialized area. You have to have deep understanding. You have to find mentors who can, prepare you for that. And when you talk about capital markets, it's all about, corporate finance, ability to, think about business strategies, and how that business strategies, convert into robust, financial models and financial forecast. So that's one area, specialization area. Or for instance, you could pick taxation, global taxation. In taxation itself, you could probably, get into, direct taxation or indirect taxation. And in indirect taxation, you could be an expert in the field of GST.
Mr. Jude.
Sorry. Sorry, I'm just finishing. Yeah. It's good that, I kind of, can keep going on and on, though I'm not somebody who has done too much of, public speaking. So, yes, I'll just finish with a few concluding, remarks. See, there will always be naysayers when it comes to, job loss because of AI. But please note that if you embrace AI, the number of new opportunities are going to be more, and also, the ability to earn better is there. It's futile to resist and then be lost. It's important that you have to embrace, think at every job role how to eliminate tedious and monotonous functions, and that's what you call about creativity. AI definitely improves productivity, cost effective, and quality. And to stay ahead, embrace lifelong learning, as I said, and all the soft skills. So finally, I leave this thought. When we say, as I started off saying, if an economy is growing, it means consumption is happening, and consumption can happen only through people. So which means if people are consuming, they are going to have ability to earn. Without disposable income, you can't consume. So nothing is to be nothing should frighten you, but you should feel confident and prepare yourself to meet the challenges of the new age. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jude, for that surgical explanation relating to the financial, aspect of, jobs. So moving on, I now call Dr. Doreen Robin to share her nuggets of wisdom to us. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you. I have my set of students who have been trained. Thank you so much. I would like to thank the entire management of Don Bosco College of Arts and Science. Special thanks to Father Sagairaj, the Vice Principal, for having invited me for this panel session. Right? What is the talk about this conference? AI. What is AI? You all know artificial intelligence. You have been hearing a lot, right? Today I'm going to share my personal experiences, right? My personal experiences, how AI has impacted in my life, right? What I was doing, right? And always I say this quote wherever I go, expect the unexpected. Everybody say? Expect the unexpected, right? Expect the unexpected. So when you hear the word AI, it is artificial intelligence, that you know about it. I know most of you are using mobile, which automizes tasks, right? What day is today? What is today's date? 23rd March 2024. Do any one of you remember when was the lockdown date announced? If you want, you can use Google, no problem. Yeah, March 24th on 2020 was the date lockdown was announced, right? Everybody experienced lockdown? You were in your college? In schools? Corona batch students? Yes, didn't write 12th, right? That is expect the unexpected, never ever, right? We have a school in Inaugural, that's Bethel. We have it for 41 years. Never ever we have seen 10th and 12th students running out of school without writing their public examinations, right? So I was in engineering colleges for a decade, and 2017 I started CIRF, where we work on research, development, education and training, right? Being a data scientist, I work with large amount of data. And what happened in 2017, I started, we set up Google Suite, right? How many of you use Google Classroom? Google Classroom, Google Meet? Everybody, right? In 2017, every student that joins in our school, right, we give them an email ID, right? Say, for example, the child's name is Priya. When they're going to pass out in 2034, it will be priya2034@bethel.co.in. An LKG parent came and asked me, why email for a KG student? What they are going to do? Right? So upskilling my students were very easy, and then we have set up the Google Classroom, right? And March 20th on 2020, that was the time I started training my faculties. We have 150 faculties. We trained them on Google Meet. Some of them were very reluctant, right? Why training, right? And 2017, we had a very big conference in Asia throughout at St. Aloysius College, Jabalpur. Throughout Asia, all the faculties came. My session was on digitalizing classrooms. I was teaching them, it's on hands-on session. Generally, I go for mostly on hands-on session. I was training them how to set up Google Classroom, how to teach, how to make Google Slides, how to have classrooms and Google Meets. At the end of the session, they all said, everything looks good, but it cannot replace chalk and talk. And we should see students face to face, then only education will be meaningful and productive. What happened during Corona? Everybody started from traditional classes to online classes, right? We had a lockdown. The next day, we started online classes for the school. And that time, all the parents, we have 2,500 students, say, thank you so much, ma'am. You have set up Google Classroom. அப்போ நினச்சோம் எதுக்கு பிள்ளைங்களுக்கு இதெல்லாம் கொடுத்து கெடுக்குறீங்கன்னு. ஆனால் இப்போ பார்த்தா you are the first school we started on. So always expect the unexpected. Whenever opportunities comes for you to equip yourself and nurture your talents, you need to do it, right? And how many of you are commerce students here? Right? Most of you are commerce students. And you may think, why AI? Right? Every year, as I said at CIRF, we will be having internships for students. We train them on employability skills. You know, last year we had sort of commerce students coming, right? And they were the parents wanted to do some internship, and they came, and as I said to them, and at the end of it, they're so happy. Data analytics also suits for commerce students. You have to take in the data. Either you go for a sales, right? If I give you a file of 10 lakhs of data, 5 years customer, will you be able to do it with human mind? Yes or no? It takes time. You can do it, but when you have an AI tool, like a no-code or whatever it is, you take an Excel file and upload it, and that can analyze it. That can analyze data, but who can do the inference? Who can do the inference? Who can do the inference? Only the humans. Can you find? It can do the task of automating things, analyzing things, but does it have a sense? Yes or no? No. But inference, that is where the human people you work on with that, right? But we had worked with 2 crores of data on drought management, right? Agricultural drought, hydrological drought, and so much of drought, 2 crores of data, the entire machine learning algorithm runs within 5 seconds. Can you analyze 2 crores of data? But you should have a skill. How many of you know to drive cycle? At what age you learn to drive cycle? 10 years. When you are 10 years, you learn. If I give you a cycle, how many of you can drive? You all can't drive? Only bike. Huh? You can drive cycle, boys? It is out of portion? No. You can drive cycle, okay. When you are 10 years old, now what's your age? 19 years old. Now if I give you, you are able to drive your cycle. Last semester question paper. Given now, how many of you will pass? Your 10th standard question paper? No, ma'am. See what I got from this. This is what your need gap analysis, right? In industry, when you go, you need to upskill it, right? Whatever, see, the job is going to be the same. But the mode in which that you're going to handle your job, as said, there is a need of upskilling and reskilling. Right? Even the online classes, it was easy for my students to tell them, go to the Play Store, download Google Classroom. I made a video on YouTube and launched it and shared it to all the students. They were able to join. But little challenges I had on training faculties. But within a week, they're very quick and they're able to handle it. So whenever you are in your commerce speed, there's a huge, you go for a job. Right? Say, for example, you're going to job a car company where they work for sales. And they take you as an analyst. Right? You have to see, it is not only for computer science people, people of all domain. Even at CIRF, we had media people coming for training on data analytics to make their job easier. Everybody wants to make your job easier, right? Yes? No? So making job easier, you need to upgrade your skills. How you have your skills, you do it, and then you'll be able to work it on. Right from manufacturing to healthcare, right? And from finance to transportation. How many of you travel by train? Do you see the app? What's that app? Where is my train? So before which do you have something like that? Where it's something, lot of things that works with network, that is internet, AI with CBS, I said cyber physical system, they work a lot, right? Here you're able to see where is the next station, when is the next bus coming, and so much and so more. The one thing that you need to understand to have, I generally tell to students when they come for employability, how many jobs your parents had? How many jobs your parents had? 1 job, 2 job, 3 job? Your father, how many places is working? Only one. With one job is able to feed you, upgrade your home, give you education. When you become parents, I can tell you, right, you will not be able to survive with one job. All right? You need to upgrade your skills. You can be employable and have a startup. Have an idea of innovation. That's what this conference is all about. Is creativity, making a product that is usable. Then, even as I was traveling in November 2022, I was traveling from US to India, right? And next to me, there was a girl, it's a 40 hours journey, but that flight was 15 hours. Anyhow, I have to smile the next person who travels with me, right? I cannot sit like that. Then she said she's working in Amazon. She said, I'm here today. The next day when she bought it from Seattle, and she, the next time when I travel, I don't know I'll be having a job in Amazon or not, because everything is replaced by AI. But if you're able to speak with AI, if you're able to speak with the tools to respond and inference, if you're strong on upgrading your skills, you are sustainable. All right? You are sustainable. So always, if you see Amazon, can you see everyday updates onto that? Yes or no? Can you see customer who viewed this product has also viewed the other product? There's a lot of recommendation system needs for everything, even in education institutions, right? And wherever you work on, you have to upgrade your skills, how to develop it, and so many tools are coming without code, and you'll be able to do it. Just upgrade your skills, and you'll be sustainable. Thank you all. God bless.
So thank you so much, Dr. Doreen, for your wonderful thoughts. இப்போ தான் தெரியுது நீங்கள் தான் மொபைல் ஃபோனுக்கு சேல்ஸ் இன்க்ரீஸ் பண்ண காரணம்னு. எல்லா குழந்தைங்க கையிலையும் மொபைல் ஃபோனை கொடுத்துருக்கீங்க படிப்புன்ற பேரில். Anyway, that's very nice. Okay, yeah. So, and thank you for being spot on with the timing, 10 minutes. So thank you. So now I would like to call Mr. George Koshi to share his nuggets of wisdom to us.
So I have to finish it in 10 minutes. That's more important than anything else, right? All right, so thank you for this opportunity, Don Bosco College and the management of the college, and Father Sagai Raj, thank you, and fellow panelists. I'm kind of excited and kind of enjoying this insightful discussions that are happening. And I think most of the things about AI has been already spoken, like, probably history and geography of AI. For me, I just wanted to talk about something else. I mean, probably deconstruct artificial intelligence. I'm going to break these words, bring clarity for all these words. I think it is important that you need to understand what this means and how it's going to impact the future, especially employment, being an entrepreneur, and how we are going to work as well. See, I don't know, probably I could have gone to ChatGPT and typed and said, okay, this is the topic for today, what should I speak? And it would have thrown out a lot of things, am I right? Yeah, it would have. And I can come here and just read out what was said by the the ChatGPT. I could have done that. But then what makes me different is my own thought process. Correct? So probably an avatar of me, AI avatar of me could be speaking here. You never know, right? Probably I can have one more person just like me kind of talking to me. Yeah? The future is there. You're going to see all those things. How many of you have watched sci-fi movies, science fiction movies? The Matrix and all those movies, science fiction. Okay, James Bond movies? No, okay, all of you watch Tamil movies. Okay, I don't know, is there any sci-fi movie in Tamil? Indiran, okay, a lot of movies like that. Okay, I'm sure you would have watched, at least when I was young, I have seen that, probably when I watched those Sean Connery movies, old James Bond movies, they'll actually use a watch and they'll talk on the watch and somebody else will listen. Right? I'll say, oh my God, wonderful. Those days when I was in college, I never used a phone, right? And the only resource that you had for learning was your professors and the books that is there in the library, right? That's the only resource that you have for learning. You guys are very, very lucky, right? And I also felt that, these students, the students right now are more terms of like, okay, you need to know something, just Google it, right? It's very simple as it is. So let me ask you a question here, because I'm going to kind of break these two words. One is artificial, the other word is intelligence. So what is intelligence? I'm going to keep asking you more and more questions that actually is helpful. In fact, Dr. Joseph was saying God has given you 2 ears and 1 mouth, right? But I would say I don't know how we would be looking if there are 2 mouths, but still, I think you should ask a lot of questions as well, but more than listening. I think these are the 2 big pillars of communication, and if you want to really solve problems, I think you have to ask a lot of quality questions, right? So let me come back to this. I'm asking you a question. What is intelligence? How is it different from thinking? Can anybody kind of respond to that? What is intelligence? How is it different from thinking? Are you guys thinking now? Excellent. Give her a very big hand, please. Intelligence is something that you already know. And what is thinking?
Thinking is something what we inference with reference to whatever we have already exposed to. For example, if you had asked one question and whatever runs in our mind is what we have learned so far.
That is intelligence.
That is intelligence. And to answer your question, we have to think. We have to go through all the inference. We have to go through all the intelligence we have got so far to answer the question, and that's thinking.
Excellent. Thanks for the answer. Thanks for the response. In fact, you would have heard, your mother say or somebody say, he's an intelligent person. Correct? Have anybody of you heard he's a great thinker? Very less people say that he's a great thinker, but many people say that he's an intelligent person. Correct? So for me, what she said is perfectly right with respect to what intelligence is. If I ask you a question, in fact, Doreen was talking about if I actually give you a 10 standard math paper or probably some question, will you be able to answer right now? I can ask you a question. This is something which interested me when I was doing my 10th standard, especially the math. One of the questions, which is interesting. I see a tower 50 meters away from me. I'm looking at the top of the tower at an angle of 45-50 degrees. What is the height of the tower? How many of you have drawn that right angle triangle in your mind? So many, only that many. I'm sure that, this is something that everybody would have been happy, draw that right angle triangle. Tan is opposite side by, adjacent side. Tan 45 is equal to 1, right? X is equal to 50. Very simple answers. Now, if you were to answer that question, you have used only your intelligence or thinking? You have used only your intelligence and not thinking. Because who did the thinking there? Pythagoras did the thinking there. He came up with the concept, right? So thinking is much, much higher than intelligence. Thinking means that you have to come up with something new. You have to come up with new ideas. So don't be worried about artificial intelligence, because that's not going to actually do anything to us, because human beings have the ability to think. right? So, I mean, probably, you know, we will discuss more on these lines in terms of how artificial intelligence can do things better, and probably the way that we're going to work is more going to change. Now, let me also ask you, I mean, people talked about creativity, people talked about various skills that are required and things like that, right? You have heard of this word called Industry 4.0, right? Am I right? Industry 4.0, Industry 3.0, 4.0, 4.0, yeah. Then, I mean, I'll always say, how did industry start? Industry started with manual labor, correct? That's how we started, like, you know, everything was so manual. And then machineries came, that was kind of, when machinery started, that was Industry 1.0. Just machinery, it was manual in nature, like you used to do everything. Printing press, everything was manual. Then electricity came in. So when electricity came in, that became Industry 2.0, because then the printing press was driven by the the power. So it became easier. And Industry 3.0, when all the, you know, chips started coming, electronics started coming in terms of you can program the way that you want the printing press to work. And now we are in Industry 4.0, more cyber in nature. AI is a part of it, right? Then you have your blockchain, you have your IoT, Internet of Things. Everything is so connected now. The car that I am here in right now will say that, okay, you are here, correct? You know that very well. It's dangerous also. There's a lot of privacy problem. My wife knows where I am right now. Isn't it? I don't know what's going to happen. Like, you know, things are, I mean, if it is so connected, it becomes a kind of a challenge as well. And because of that, I think many of the speakers, fellow speakers mentioned that though we're going to lose a lot of jobs, we're going to create a lot of jobs. And one of the places that we have to be really kind of worried about is the kind of scams that happen these days. Think about the scams. You get a lot of messages on your mobiles, right? Yes or no? Right? You get a job. A lot of these things. And because of AI, there's a lot of threat and vulnerability as well. Like, people can penetrate into your system very easily, right? So when AI is also increasing, threat and vulnerability is also increasing, and so the dearth of jobs in terms of probably the shortage of jobs in the security front, a lot of things can actually improve. Think in those lines as well. And Girish was talking about entrepreneurs. Be an entrepreneur so that you can give jobs as well. So my only talk here is, it's not about intelligence. I think we should talk about thinking. Be an amazing thinker, right? What is thinking? I already mentioned that. The process, if you can process information, whatever you have. Imagine that you have a problem right now. If you have already solved it, it is already in your kind of a memory, correct? Yes or no? If you have already solved it, it's already there in your memory. You can easily solve it. Imagine if you have not solved it. This is the first time you are actually having this problem. Then, what happens? Then you have to start thinking in terms of how you're going to solve the problem. So I think it is important, even Einstein was saying that, I should say that I am not intelligent. What makes me intelligent is because I'm solving a lot of new problems. That makes me think more and more. How many problems do you solve day in and day out? New problems that you solve day in and day out. What is being taught in school, what is being taught in colleges are being taught. It's somebody else's thinking, somebody else's knowledge is being shared to you. What comes to you naturally? Those are very, very important. Are you with me? Yes. So don't even bothered about what is my future looking like right now. I think what you should bother about is what my thinking, am I thinking right? My value system, the belief system that I have. Value system, like I'm talking about honesty, all those things, values, transparency, punctuality, all those things, modesty. I mean, you can rattle out all those things. You know, probably if you have missed out your moral science classes, then I don't know. Catechism classes, right? So I think that's what is important right now. What you should focus on is your value system. What's the value system? How have you clarified your value system? Your belief systems, and thinking in terms of what am I thinking? And I mean, am I giving value to the society and things like that? That's what you should think about. Is there a problem, new problem that I can solve? Think about that. Why are patents down in India? Is only because of that. The number of patents, the number of researches that is happening in India is low, is because of this thing, that we don't think of new problems to solve.
Mr. George.
Yes, all right, thank you very much. And on that note, I'm taking leave. Thank you very much, and we'll have more conversations. Thanks a lot.
So thank you, Mr. George, for that wonderful thoughts. Yeah, so we don't have to worry about AI. Okay, so that's the message that we have got from him. Now we'll go to the final panelist. We have Dr. N. Asogan. I would like to call him on stage. Please come, sir.
Very good afternoon, one and all present here, and God bless you, my dear students. I'm very grateful to Father Sakayaraj and decision makers of this conference to bring me here at exactly today 1:15 at this stage. Thank you very much. I have different perception about this AI and all. There are three parts I would like to discuss. First part is AI impact. Not only AI impact, I'm talking about any technology impact on that. Let me start with this. What is the impact we have after the invention of the wheel? What is the impact we have this mainframe computers were introduced by IBM? What is the impact we have, the transformation we have from IBM mainframe to desktop computers? What is the impact we have from desktop computers to the mobile phones, smartphones we have? So I feel that this is AI is overrated, and we have unnecessary hype for that, because this AI is already with you. Whenever you have the phone, when you listen to or watch any videos more than 3 seconds, yes, your AI will work. Not because of this law of attraction, it's purely because of AI. So how these banks are introduced the ATM card without any announcement, without giving any trainings to any individuals, silently they introduce this ATM card. Similarly, already this AI has been introduced in the society, already is penetrated. I don't know why we are having unnecessary hype for all these things. I do not know that. There are so many things silently penetrated in our society, just like I told you that like wheel, other IBM computers, all these things. This is one part I'm talking about. The second part we want to talk about that, the future of work. It is impossible to define future, because future is 100% uncertain. If you want to define at least 20% to define the future, what you want to do that? First, for example, if you take any one of the products, say for example petrol engine, if you talk about that. So what is the future of petrol engine? If you want to define, if you want to predict, first you must be thorough about this, the history of the petrol engine. When it was introduced, what are the different stages, what is the evolution of the petrol engine, all these things you have to know thoroughly. Then you have to be you have to be observe the current reality, what is happening around the world about this petrol engine. Then only you can able to predict at least 15 to 20%, definitely not more than 20% you can able to define that, the future. The future, nobody can able to define that. So you need not worry about that, right? So when we introduce this national highways, have you discussed like this, any of the forums or any of the, even in the tea shops, how these tolls have been introduced, how many new jobs people are working on the tolls? No, we never discuss about all these things, but already introduced. But I'm closely watching that. You please think about that. All the city, the people living in this country, they are going to have this along the national highways. This is my prediction. I'm just closely observing. I'm traveling a lot across this India. slowly I'm observing that there are so many things. Have you ever heard about, have you ever discussed about that Talapakat biryani is there available in these national highways when nobody is there around the world, I mean the near places? So a lot of things happening, but we cannot predict. So the moment you go to the situations only, we can able to understand that what is happening in and around us. So again, finally, I want to ask few questions to think, not for the answers. When all the work taken by the technology, for example, take AI, what the human being will do. For example, I have this driverless car. Okay, I want to go to Bangalore. I use my driverless car as a AI. What I want to do when I reach Bangalore, that matters a lot, rather than I have to travel through this driverless car. When the employer is using this AI to replace all the people, this is what we are threatening all the labor force. All the money they are going to make, what they are going to do with that money? Again, they will do charity. So when the people, when the employers make the people poor, making money, then bringing to the charity, there is no meaning at all. There is no meaning at all. So please think about that. You need not worry about this, any of this new technology. Technology will come, technology will go, right? You know, you have everybody having the smartphone. Smartphones having more than 100 options. How many options you are using? Not more than 10. Similarly, AI will come, you can use whatever according to your convenient, rest of the things will go. So finally, I just want to say that AI is one of the technology. Again, some more technology will come in future. We need not worry about that. New technology will come. Just for example, take about the pager. I don't know how many of you know about the pager. Today we don't have any pager at all. So you need not worry about this, any new technologies coming up. Only thing, you have to be very clarity on what you want. And you have to be, every student must have, or every citizen must have, what is the purpose of your life. Definitely you can able to achieve on that. God bless you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for that succinct discourse on and the positivity that he has created for AI. I think all our panel members have given fantastic thoughts today. I think that can give you a lot of confidence on how you can set up your future from wherever the point you are, from point A to B to C. So when I was talking to Father Sahairaj earlier, we were talking about employability. What is employability? Employability, generally we know that it gets you a job, or some of the actions or things that you do to get a job. But it's not so. It is not just a destination. It's a journey, right? From employability means that you get a job, you perform well in the job, right? You create, innovative things in the job. Then you uplift some of your co-workers who are not up to their mark. Then you grow, become a leader. Then you also contribute to the society, right? So this is employee. So employability is not a destination, right? So with that thoughts, now it's time for me to, specifically ask some questions to our panel members, which I hope they're also eagerly waiting for. And so I will start my question with Mr. Jude Kishore. So you can have the mic there. So you're a founding director, and you have seen many challenging situations in the business. So my question for you is, what strategies should a company implement to leverage AI, and how can we empower and develop a workforce in the face of evolving AI technological advancements?
Yeah, thank you. In today's context, if a business does not have AI as a strategy, and this is I'm saying from an investor standpoint, there is a lot of disinterest or apprehension that your business could probably, not may not see sustained, growth. So what I am noticing from the solutions that we are offering to our clients, we already have clients using our technology, AI-based, technology, And what that does is it looks at areas where you can remove monotonous jobs, you can fast track, completing a certain, function, bring more precision, as well as, better, quality of output. Basically, productivity improvement is going to be the key, and every business looks at strategies to keep continuously improving when it comes to, productivity. So that's the area that companies, focus in today's business.
Okay. Thank you so very much for the wonderful thought and answer. Thank you, sir. So moving on to Dr. Doreen Robin. You are involved daily in computation, intelligence and research. You also skill young graduates so that they become the future workforce. As a person passionately involved in the technology forefront, how can educational institutions balance the integration of cutting-edge computational intelligence and research in AI technologies for making their students employable as an employable workforce?
That's a good question. Being reason behind, all the students are mentored by their faculties, right? So I think in a lifespan, one faculty would have mentored 10,000 plus students. So I always see we need to equip and nurture faculties on the latest technology. Say for example, any department, commerce or science, everywhere data science is being used. So I feel when the faculty is trained, through them, thousands and thousands of students will be trained. And the trend is changing every year. The trend is changing every year. The tools that we use now, the next year the tools are being upgraded. So there need to be a lot of integration between the industry and the educational institution, because in industries we see a first-hand experience what is happening. So the same tools are trained by the faculty, because we will not be able to journey with them throughout. Right. But the faculties will be able to journey with them throughout. Equipping them will equip thousands of students. There will be a huge growth. And collaborations with them, like for internships on real industry, how it works, how they work in practicality before they launch it. I see there's a lot of need gap analysis between the students coming out and the need of the industry. If that could be blended along with their curriculum and upgrading of their syllabus, and making them on more hands-on, like sending the students for 3 months on to the industry where they're going to work, and equipping them, and that plays like 3 roles. The management, the faculties, and the students' dedications and passion will be able to eradicate the unemployment, and they'll be able to upgrade their employability skills.
So that's well said. Thank you so much. Yes, it's a clarion call for the education institutions to collaborate with the industry so that you're able to get those skills which the industry is using during your learning stage itself. Thank you. Moving on to Mr. George Koshi. SIFI, as we all know, is a leading Indian information and communication technology company providing a wide range of services including data center, cloud computing and digital transformation solutions. So SIFI is operating the heart of all technologies, that is the internet, right? Sir, in your line of work as a director of learning at SIFI, you would have created a lot of learning models that have been successful. My question for you would be, what jobs AI is less likely to fully replace, and what do you look into as a skill set for employment of the future?
That's a kind of a, while it's a macro question, and it's probably I should be spending a lot of time responding to that, but still let me see where I should start and where I can stop. For that, just one thing that I wanted to talk about where I didn't say, I talked about intelligence, I did not talk about artificial, right? And I think
I'll go sit there, sir.
Yeah, please. So it is like, see, AI basically responds to the prompts that you give, right? Prompt engineering. So it's basically like, if it's garbage in, it is garbage out. You give garbage to the system, garbage is going to come out. Similarly, skill sets also has changed, right, from those days. I talked about industry 1.0 to 4.0. Even leadership has changed. Earlier you would have think controlling boss a boss who controls everything, that was the leader earlier days. And then it became empathetic boss, or probably more collaborative boss. The transition is happening. Now it is digital leaders, right? It's all a leader who's actually embracing digital innovation and things like that. They are considered to be a leader in organizations. So probably digital leadership by itself is a topic that has been kind of, we invest a lot of time in digital leadership in organizations. That's one part. For students, I think all the fellow speakers mentioned this. I am going to talk about nothing to do with technology. Technology will keep changing. Today's technology will be obsolete tomorrow. She was mentioning that. And so I'm not going to talk about technology. In fact, I was a part of the closed group discussion with NASCOM, and one of the head of L&D from Amazon, he stood up and said, I don't want students who say that I am master in one particular technology. I don't want students like that. I want students who actually say that, give me a technology, I'll actually learn in probably a day or two, and I'll start applying it. That's kind of flexibility is what they're looking at in terms of knowledge in students. So think about those skills. It is not about one specific skill that we are talking about. It's about the ability to learn quickly, anything. That's the skill that you should look out for. Right? So that's something which I am going to talk about. Then one most, but I'll close with this. I don't want to spend a lot of time. The American Management Association did a survey in the year 2010, and they came up with 4 critical skills required for the future generation. Right? And I'm sure that most of you would know this because schools and colleges have started using those 4. All the 4 skills start with C. So it's pretty simple as well. It's communication, creativity, collaboration, and critical thinking. I repeat that once again. Communication, creativity, collaboration, and critical thinking. In fact, Joseph was talking about critical thinking a lot. I don't know, we need to have clarity in many of these things. When I say communication, its focus is more on questioning and listening. That's something which you should learn to ask a lot of questions, quality questions. Learn to ask a lot of questions. And listening is not just hearing. You should know that in terms of only if you listen well, you should be able to ask questions. So they kind of reinforce and support each other. So that's one part. The second thing is, what is critical thinking? We need to have clarity in that as well. Now people think that everything under that is analytical in nature and things like that. I'll tell you one thing about critical thinking, and then you can decide on what you should be doing. Whatever that goes into your brain, because you read a message on WhatsApp, that becomes a kind of an information, and that information may be true, may not be true, correct? Yes or no? It can be a fake message also. So analyzing that and making the right thing a part of your belief system is what critical thinking is. So it is very, very important for students like you, because you're bombarded with information day in and day out. Probably analyzing that and actually believing and probably making what the right belief system, and probably forwarding it to your friends. Immediately you forward it to 100 people. That may not be the right thing to do. So that's exactly what critical thinking is. And I can go on and speak when it comes to skills, because that's my passion. And I love actually talking about learning and things like that, because learning is the foundation. Keep learning, and keep learning. Thank you.
Right. So thank you so much for giving such expansive explanation on the second part, what you look at the employment for the future. First part la vandittu neenga which jobs AI is less likely to.
There are various jobs that it's not going to AI is not going to affect at all. It's only going to increase productivity. One is like manufacturing, food industry. A lot of industries like that where probably the human AI is going to add value to it, but it is not going to take away jobs. Where AI is going to take away jobs only. Yeah, you have a question? Yeah.
We will take that question. AI
is going to take away jobs only when it is repetitive things like your things are very, very clear, especially for what you work on your systems. Like right now, even creating videos, your coding. I mean, coding is definitely going to come down, but still, somebody has to actually look at the code and actually read it and comprehend it. So content creation job will actually come down. Content curation in the sense you look at the content and see whether it is right or wrong, there it will increase. So that's what I would say. Content creation will go down, content curation will go up. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so very much for that extended clarity, sir. Thank you. So finally, we move on to Dr. N. Asogan. So we are excited to hear your thoughts. My question to you is, in your experience as a consultant and certified accreditor, what key strategies do you recommend for organizations to effectively navigate the evolving landscape of AI while ensuring ethical considerations and sustainability?
I would like to suggest 3 strategies. How organizations to formulate the strategy to give importance to the people first. Second one is learn how to learn. So what is the strategy companies or organization for their employees to have this how to learn? So any technology will come, whether our employees are ready to learn. So what is the strategy you have to work on that continuously on that. Third one is this, how you are going to deal with the emotions of the people, which machines don't have that, only human being we have that. So what is the strategy to deal with the people's emotion, the organization to develop on this? These are the topmost 3, I believe in it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so very much. With that we conclude the panel discussions. We will take the questions from you all, 1 question each for each of the panel speakers. So when you're asking, you please tell us to which speaker you're addressing a question to. Please pass on the mic to them. Can you give the mic? I have one here. You have. Yeah, please. To whom you are asking? Yeah.
Sir, to George.
To Mr. George.
Sir,
okay.
My question is that you said that AI is promoting the manufacturing industry, food industry like that. You are saying that we humans give idea to the AI, or we give command so that it can process the work. What if there is a scenario that an AI itself gives command to another AI to complete a job? For example, if we give a command to an AI to give command to another 10 AIs to complete a job, what will be the scenario? So the employment ratio will be down.
So, see, I'm sure that AIs can collaborate. Even now, AIs can collaborate. I mean, I'm not saying that it cannot. It can collaborate as well. But then, if in order to manufacture something, like for instance, if you want to have a car, there has to be robotics, there has to be mechatronics, everything has to be there. Only then AI will integrate that. Otherwise, it's not going to work at all. So the process of manufacturing will remain the same. The productivity is going to increase. Probably the number of people that is going to work will reduce. For instance, I worked in Hyundai, right? I was with Hyundai for a long period of time, and I saw that, a lot of machineries, especially where human beings cannot work, like if welding is a very tedious job, right? I think it is good that the robotics take over those things, because it's in a place that that you don't want to work. Similarly, like I don't want people to actually sit in toll booths and collect money. What a waste of knowledge and resources. I think that those things, if you can convert that into kind of automation and possibly make it faster, the same resources can do better jobs is what I'm saying. They will be able to find out better things. Even in agriculture, or probably any such services that can help human beings. So many things that can be done where there's a lot of human interactions and things like that, especially related to emotions of human beings. Can AI counsel people? I don't think so. Counseling, I think it is one of the most important things, is because people go through a lot of emotional turmoils and things like that. Now, can AI teach? Can AI educate people? Possibly in bits and pieces, but if you really want to understand the need gap and things like that, I think it is a human being who can actually teach people better than AI. So a lot of things, like, I'm not saying that AI cannot collaborate. It will collaborate in the future, but I think that's not a big threat at all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I hope he has answered your question. Yes, thank you. Anybody else? So she's the star question asker.
So my question is to Mr. Jude. So you talked about NEET examination, examination being in India. There is a central level of examination, but then we have many state boards, right? So it is difficult for the students to pass such examination, which is of central examination, but then we are from the state board. So, however, our future is basically decided by the 2.5 hours exam that we write. And all of you suggested to read us or be us to be a voracious reader. How can all these can be collaborated together? And what would be the examination pattern change, the conventional Indian examination pattern changes can be brought in to improve the employability of every other student?
So, the reason I brought NEET, mentioned NEET was that, because there are so many, states and so many different boards that students are, going, and whereas when you go for higher studies, it's very difficult to, match a grade that you get, let's say in Anna University versus, somewhere in Punjab or somewhere in Haryana. So for that, how do you equate? Which is what, what's happening in the US. They have brought this thing called, WES, which is an organization that actually does that equivalency. And there's a lot of database and algorithms are running behind that to equate 5.4 score, let's say in Anna University versus, 3.2, let's say in IIT Chennai, and they are both applying to, let's say, the Harvard. Now, what happens is that how do you, know which of the student is comparable to an equivalent student in the US? What they do is there's a lot of algorithm that runs, and then as I told you, based on the course depth and the grades, they just do that instead of, earlier they used to have what is called as this GRE. No, for your information, that GRE score is not given that much prominence when, they take students in the US. My own daughter, her GRE score was less. Because what happens is that she studied in London School of Economics, okay? So that has a certain level of, knowledge that you get, and the grades that you get in LSE cannot be compared with what grades you get in the same economics in, let's say, in Madras University. These are not comparable, okay? So her GRE score was less, but when they really, did this equivalency based on the WES score, they found her to be, right at that level for her to get the admission, okay? So that's the one that I think we should do. In fact, I don't think this is a forum for us to, talk about the merits of NEET and this IIT JEE. Honestly speaking, I'm somebody who just abhors this thought that we should have this NEET, not because, the Tamil Nadu government is, opposing. Personally, I think, they are basically, making, education, irrelevant. What you do, normal academics is irrelevant. And these days you see, near my home there are, children who are at 9th standard, 8th standard. Now they are attending to this Akash and things like that. And what are they, doing? They're basically, this analytical thinking and, things which are repetitive in nature. Basically, they are only trying to increase their, ability to remember something. And they become so robotic that moment that, kind of question comes, they know which of the 4 choices is right. But education is different. You have to get knowledge. Are you really getting knowledge out of that personally, I don't think so. And I think crediting a university degree, the grades that you're given, and then equating that is the way forward, is what I think. It's in that context, I brought that. But this is a very big topic. It can have, there could be some of my other panelists could be very different, yeah.
I will add something for this.
Yes,
permission.
yes,
Yeah. You are talking about this change in the educational or examination system. Examination system, yeah, I'm talking about that. So this examination system was very well, that introduced by the British people. After that, that educational leaders or educational administrators in the country do not know what is the alternative for a long time. Maybe 3 decades, 4 decades. We do not know what is the alternative for that. That is why we didn't touch that. Whatever the British people introduced, we keep on continuing on that. Then one particular point of them, yes, we want to do certain changes in that. That is why this and moreover, educational administrator and educational leaders don't want to take risk to introduce any of the new system. This is a fact. Then now this national education policy introduced 2020, of course 3 years completed. Now this focus on giving for more weightage for the internal continuous assessment rather than the final examination. We have more than 15 different types of internal continuous assessment we have. So for example, if you take SRM, we have 60% internal weightage for the continuous assessment, only 40% weightage we are giving for the external examination. So things will change, it's in the near future.
Thank you so much. I hope you got clarified. Thank you. So Mr. George has something to share.
Just wanted to add, it's a very interesting topic. So basically, I was, in organizations, you have something called performance management, PA. It's basically appraising people at the end of the year, right? So whether you have performed well or not and things like that. Now slowly organizations are moving out of that yearly annual appraisal system. They are doing something called continuous feedback system. Like, so it's not that, that I have to kind of measure your performance at the end of the year, but more like, in a continuous manner. I think education also should do something like that in terms of, we are actually having tests and things like that, but is there a better way to actually measure the knowledge and application level of students is something that, that we should think about. I don't know, like what Jude was saying, it's very difficult for us to actually talk about NEET and things like that, because it's a very high level policy decisions and things like that. But I think when you grow up and probably you start an education, probably you do something about education, I think you should think about all these things. Yeah, see what you can do. Yeah.
Thank you. So due to lack of time, I think I would like to conclude this plenary session. So I'm actually the last man standing between you and your lunch, right? In fact, everyone's lunch. So some of the beautiful thoughts that has been imparted here is like we should have the skills like the CCCC, right? I hope you can remember. And I would like to add one more C and one more R, which would be coding and research. I think that's also important. These are skills definitely which can be used for a longer time. And also the chalk and talk method, that is another skill that cannot be taken away by AI. The brick and mortar interactions which we get, the interpersonal relationship, like counseling, the speaker said. So these are some of the things which are very important, which you can bank on when you want to go in the age of AI. And when we look at some of the challenges that we are facing today, policy changes are something that needs to be done. And I'm sure that these policy changes the government is already taking, and there are a lot of regulations also coming up. So by the time you hit the job market, okay, I do not know which year you're studying, but by the time you hit the job market, there could be some fantastic changes that will help you get into a job much more easily. And also all of us are also working in some way or the other to ensure that we have you employed, and not just employed for some time, but for a longer period to give you the best mileage out of your careers. So I think that is a great thing, because when I talk about policy change, yesterday Microsoft has introduced the first AI PC. Okay, it is the beginning of a new world of computing. Okay, they have included the chat, the co-pilot button in the keyboard. Okay, so that's going to be a game changer. Now that is going to bring a lot of changes even in your mobile phones. Okay, you're not going to hold the same kind of a mobile phone anymore. We already have a company which is already giving you a small, square box that it can see what you are seeing, and it can infer that from there it can take you forward. So these are some of the changes. So technology will be changing and challenging us to upgrade ourselves. But without us, the technology cannot be there. And also remember, we are great users of technology. We have to morph into creators of technology. For that, the skill set that you need, you have seen today. Many of our panel speakers have registered. So taken good earnest that all those things are going to help you. And if you are in the final year, you are getting into the in front of the hiring companies. So more important for you. Okay, so here we stand facing AI with our measured strategies as shared by our experts. Our parting thought for you is, do not be dismayed or confused or worried. Skill rightly, and get rightly skilled and become relevant. So on behalf of this plenary, I once again thank the organizers and the management of DBCC for the opportunity for us to share our thoughts, and to you all for your undivided attention and patient listening. God bless us all. Jai Hind. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the college, I extend my sincere thanks to our esteemed moderator and panelists for their insightful discussion on AI's impact on employment and future work. With their diverse expertise and perspectives, that indeed was a power-packed session, shedding light on the complexities of the pivotal topic. Their dedication to exploring innovative solutions and sharing deep insights has left a lasting impression. Let us carry forward their wisdom as we continue to navigate the challenges and opportunities presented by AI in the workforce. Thank you once again, esteemed panelists and moderator. Thank you very much. We are very indeed honored to have you here. So now, you know what time it is. It's lunch time. You can obviously smell, I can catch the smell coming from outside. So yes, you can move out for the lunch. We are offering it downstairs, just outside this building. So you can have your lunch tokens with you, and we would like you to be back at 2:15. So we've got around 25 minutes left. So please be back at 2:15 for the offline paper presentation. So please carry your tokens with you. Thank you very much.